It's a Freedom Alliance. Farrell.
Yep.
And
that's
Farrell. That's F as in Frank,
okay.
ARRELL. freedomalliance.farrell@gmail. And then my LinkedIn account is Ryan David Farrell.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to work while I was attending the University of Utah under DoD contract with a company that is a subsidiary of BlackRock called Ripple Neuro. There's a few neurotech companies in the valley here, and I worked on front-end stimulation and recording devices, implantable micro and nano-scale implants, which is kind of funny. Kind of like I was trafficked to work at this environment. I was very blessed to get the education that I got. But it did seem, now that I reflect on it, that I was almost being trafficked through these different fields.
Yeah.
And then I am certified now as a biomedical engineering technician in medical telemetry, as well as a few other specialties within the field of medicine. But and it's all come into play now that my targeting increased and I started to experience the same type of symptoms and phenomenon that other targets experience. And then you come to realize that humanity is essentially kind of bypassed or transcended the biodigital convergence decades ago, and that these technologies have been deployed into large populations at scale around the world. And it's a highly advanced, what I call a cyber-physical human system, or CPHS, also known as the Internet of Bodies, which is the same type of technology that smart cities aim to utilize when they incorporate IoT devices and now bodies as sensing nodes within a larger environmental digital twin.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Like, why wouldn't they use the same exact technology? I mean, just the other day when I was researching the neural digital twins that they're using in generative optogenetics. Like, I got confused because they started going into, oh no, we have digital twins of rocket ships, we have digital twins of cars. So you have to. I wasn't even aware of that, and so that makes a lot of sense. That they would basically use the same concept.
Could you explain, like, the digital twin, what that is?
Digital twin it's a live, evolving digital representation of you and the environment, and then different machines within the environment. So it incorporates all of your private data, public data, and live biometric data into an evolving digital representation of you that can be utilized in the cloud or in data centers as a digital representation of who you are for predictive modeling. So they can, and then it also optimizes their neuro modulation and decoding. So it allows for them to have highly advanced predictive models of your behavior, your responses, your inner speech, your hormonal data, your behavioral data, dating back for years, so that they can utilize that digital representation to optimize for your specific behavioral modification program.
Okay, so they allows scenarios and then can utilize all that information and put you in a scenario?
Yeah, it's like the next kind of level of, if you think about all the information that the government had on you and Google then had on you and then the NSA had on you, and then once they get you hooked up and they're extracting live biometric data with these wireless body area networks, and then they're saving all of that biometric data, and they're utilizing almost like an advanced kind of experimental framework, because they have your biometrics and your environment, and so they're able to match all your behavior, your GPS location, your spending habits, your browsing habits, as well as your heart rate, respiration rate, emotional responses. Your digital behavior is very accurately mapped to a much higher level.
So this is interesting. What I believe, sorry, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. One thing that's kind of interesting is that. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just because in my research, because I was focusing mostly on the neurotechnology angle of things, and as far as the brain-computer interface, bidirectional brain-computer interface that's being used, and when I was looking into stuff like generative optogenetics, they were talking about. I mean, they're working at Stanford, UC Berkeley, and Baylor College on basically mapping out using brain telemetry to map out how the brain works and makes decisions, and then be able to use that to create inputs into the digital brain to send signals to write into the subject brain.
Exactly.
So, but what you're saying, you're taking a step forward, another step to it, where they're working in data that they've gathered off of your digital footprint of just stuff that you do online, your everyday stuff like most Palantir type. Tracking.
Everything goes back to what you're saying, 100%. It's all about the neuronal digital twin, your nervous system data, and extracting that, and then comparing that to your environmental data, and then synchronizing all of those behaviors. But the most important thing is exactly what you're saying. It's extracting your neuronal signatures, your brain's biometrics, your nervous system, behavioral data, thought patterns, emotional responses, and then being able to utilize those to map essentially all of your memories, feelings, thoughts, and emotions, and then be able to play them back into you. So it's not only reading from, but the ability to write back into the brain. That's kind of the gold standard of optogenetics and all other modalities within neuroscience, whether they're using optogenetics or US genetics, ultrasound genetics, or magnetic sensors or arrays or ECOGs. All of it boils down to how many signals they can extract from the brain, from the different regions of the brain, and then the ability to write back into the brain, which is exactly what you're saying. That's the gold standard, and that's what I'm saying essentially. But what I'm also beginning to realize is like they're corresponding all of that intimate neurological data, and it's insane how advanced the technology is now, and how they can take your brain's data and decode what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what you're seeing. I mean, they have algorithms now that can take that brain data, and it can very accurately be decoded into a visual movie of what you're seeing. I think one of the universities is called Zebra. Zebra is one of the best YouTube examples of this, where they can take human or mice data. They use calcium ion imaging, but they can do the same thing with EEG recordings or optogenetics, and they can take that same data, run it through some transformers or AI, and then decode it into a visual image that's almost perfectly matched to what you're seeing. So that's, the visual optic system or the visual cortex is definitely one of their prime targets for individuals like us. Memory mapping, so not only decoding an individual's inner speech or subconscious thought, which they can do very accurately now. I mean, they have, especially as the longer they develop a digital twin of you, the more optimized the digital twin becomes, and the more accurately they can decode your inner thoughts or subconscious thoughts. And they're decoding that before you even think it, because of the way that the brain structures are organized. by the time you have a conscious thought and you can verbalize that thought, they've already read that thought subconsciously, and they could almost spit back your words to you at the exact moment or even slightly before you consciously think that thought. So it sounds like you're in an echo chamber.
I like to say, though, I call it like the editing program. So you have your thoughts. It's called like the id, the ego, and the super ego. So when your thoughts come in, it's like involuntary, like it's programming. It's so many your emotions and all this, but they're not able to like analyze you as you would edit your thoughts. Are they?
They're targeting like speech representation areas within the cortex that then tie into the brainstem, and so they can decode higher levels before you actually have the thoughts. And they're not only decoding your inner speech, which is that dialogue that you have inside with yourself, but they're also picking up on subconscious things that you aren't even aware of that you're thinking that are just flashing through your head. And those same areas can work in reverse, just like most areas that we're talking about. So they can actually modulate the speech representations to insert words or to delete words, to interrupt your thought processes.
Like metacognition, like the ability to like analyze and edit your thoughts. Are they able to get to that point where they can past the point of noticing the thoughts that come in? Are they able to know in advance how you would edit those thoughts?
Yes, I believe in many cases that they're at a level now where they're subconsciously able to insert words, thoughts, sentences, even stimulate memories instantaneously. So yeah, they can hack that system. A lot of targets experience overt targeting or very aggressive neuromodulation where it's obvious that you're hearing V2K, someone's hacked your auditory system, or you're experiencing a phenomenon where they're trying to do word deletion so you can't find that word or match that up. But from what I understand, they're at a point where they have a lot of subconscious control that would be very difficult for you to even realize unless you researched current technologies in neuromodulation and brain sciences to understand that they're able to hack these areas of your cognition at subconscious levels and synchronize words, thoughts, ideas, even string together sentences that you think are your own, but really are not. A lot of people interpret this as the B2K utilizing your own inner voice and how it can mask as your own thoughts. And you think you're having this thought or idea or a word comes to mind, but really it's being subconsciously modulated.
Yes.
I think
that is so well put. Yeah, that's exactly what I've experienced. The word deletion, blocking of memory, short-term memory, long-term memory. One of the things I experienced early on was I had V2K showing this stuff off to me, and when I picked up a spatula and they were asking me like, "Hey, what is that thing called?" And I looked at it and I couldn't remember it. I couldn't remember it for the life of me. And it was like they just pressed a button. And they were like, "All right, now what is it?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a spatula." I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, how did And it's something that I've seen happen to TIs constantly. They can just disrupt your train of thought and block certain memories. I guess you have to be actively searching for the memory.
There's actual research and studies where they've done modulation on human beings, and that they go back a couple decades where they were able to find all these different areas, and they were testing all these different theories and able to block your word retention and things like that. I think we're probably a decade or two past that point now, where they're actually able to map full experiences and memories and then synthetically stimulate you to have that memory flashback. I even believe they've not only can they hack your inner voice, they're decoding your inner voice and your subconscious thoughts, those different language centers, the Wernicke's area, the Broca's area of the brain, but they're also able to decode from there, but also subconsciously and aggressively modulate those areas. The same thing's true with your visual center. You have a place that sits in between your language and your visual cortex that is kind of understood as your inner imagined imagery. Kind of when you visualize doing something or putting something together or assembling something, they can decode from that area just like they can decode from your visual cortex what you're actually seeing. You can kind of subdivide vision into what you're actually seeing to what you're imagining. It's like your inner imagined imagery. So they're able to decode from both of those areas, and they can actually stimulate both of those areas. Hack an individual.
So with that area, like here's an example. Like when I was at work, I was a technician for a while, and when I was working, they would I would be working on taking apart a washing machine, and every time I would go to unscrew or screw something in, they would make me turn the screwdriver the wrong way. Would that have to do with that part of the brain?
Yeah, and it's kind of like an advanced symphony. So if they hack all these different areas of your brain, then they try to lightly stimulate multiple areas simultaneously. So they can stimulate your visual area so that you visualize yourself maybe turning to the wrong direction when you really, if nobody was intervening, you'd be, you would go in the right direction. But they can stick an image in at the same time. They can subtly prompt your somatosensory system, which is like your muscles and your sense of proprioception, so that they're lightly modulating those different areas in concert with one another to affect change or behavior. They can make you uncomfortable in a certain way so that you go the other way, or you get up and go to the bathroom, or so they're definitely experimenting with the grand symphony of the whole network, multiple brain regions that they're cueing in sync with one another to cause an effect. So it's rather remarkable.
The VMAT, are any of you aware of that? The VMAT2. It's supposed to be like the God gene. I think that's the ability to choose, like, to be the editor instead of be completely affected by all of this. Are any of you aware of VMAT2?
I've heard of the God gene and different genes that they're researching, and they're trying to. I think there's a big transhumanistic kind of approach that's occurring where they have, we have multiple decades of all of these national and international collaboratives, not only in the Brain Initiative and Black Budget programs, but I believe that our government has been collaborating with other, both allies and enemies, for many decades to develop these technologies and to deploy them into the population at scale, so that you're essentially not only working on mind control of the individual, but you're working on controlling individuals, groups, and even a societal level of and so that they're researching areas of neuroscience, neurobiology, behavior modification, identity engineering, as well as genetics, and all of that data is being cataloged and correlated into this highly evolved transhuman society.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely that there's been a collaborative effort between many different countries. That's why I try to, and I hate using the term like New World Order and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a collection of different countries, intelligence agencies, military-industrial complexes. So. And people think that we're at war with China, but we're working with them and their tech over there. I know that there are target individuals in China experiencing the same thing.
Right.
So, in your opinion, so first let me go to the frequency thing. you saw some of the, I'm not sure if you saw like my article on Substack or what I posted about that, but what have you gathered from generally, because they're definitely using several different technologies. The V2K is its own technology, but as far as the fine manipulation of the central nervous system, like what frequencies do you think they're generally using? What have you seen a pattern with that?
And so my understanding, I relate this back to how a wireless body area network works when it incorporates BCI implants. And if you think about your body as like a mini city, a wireless body area network is like a network of nodes inside your body. And the nodes are set up in very similar ways to IoT networks. So you have like a implanted gateway or coordinator node, and in many cases there's at least two to maybe even three gateways that they communicate externally with the existing infrastructure around you. That's like the gateway or coordinator node. And then that gateway and coordinator node communicates with the other implanted nodes in your body. And I typically subdivide into three classes of nodes. You have the gateways or coordinator nodes, and then you have relay nodes, and then you have peripheral nodes that tie into neural interfaces like BCI interfaces. And so these are all spread throughout your body, and they position the gateway nodes and relay nodes to allow for data throughput through your body and around your body. They utilize what's called intra-body communication layer and an extra-body communication layer, so that the raw digital data from those peripheral nodes can aggregate through a specific network topology, which is usually like a hybrid star topology, to the gateway nodes, and those gateway nodes communicate with existing infrastructure. So and the data that's communicating to the gateway node is usually encrypted, and then once it gets to the gateway node, it gets unencrypted. Peripheral nodes and relay nodes, those signals are very weak and they're hard to detect around the body. And in a medical context, when you calibrate an implanted system like this, they usually make sure they calibrate those peripheral nodes and relay nodes down so that it's hard to really stimulate those externally or to detect them externally, but you can detect them at close range with highly sensitive antennas, based on what Jesse's doing. So you kind of have that topology. There's like master nodes, relay nodes, and peripheral nodes, and only certain nodes are communicating with the existing infrastructure, network, wireless infrastructure around you.
Okay.
So yeah, but what I understand, so like for the lower frequency ranges, like in some of the scans that I've seen, can go as low as, like, some of my peripheral nodes are dual band, so they have two antennas, one that operates at a lower frequency range that's effective for passing through the body easily. So in 90 to 100 megahertz is kind of where some of my peripheral nodes are operating. They have dual band characteristics. They operate both in the 80 to 100 megahertz, and then they have a second band that's operating in the 2 to 300 or as high as 400 megahertz, which is a traditional medical band, ISM or medical band, which is what you would traditionally see with medical grade wireless body area networks. And then the coordinator node has multi-bands, so it has the ability to communicate with the relay nodes and with the two bands of the peripheral node. And then it also has antennas that communicate with like 1.4 to 2.4 gigahertz, as well as cell phone ranges. So the system can utilize the local cell phone 5G network, as well as it can patch in to Bluetooth or Wi-Fi if it's within the area to do so.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was getting at, because one of the, I mean, I saw on a lot of Jesse scans, they were showing a lot of like 80 to 100 hertz. I think was it hertz? Yeah.
Yeah, and, megahertz.
Megahertz, sorry.
Yeah.
But one of the other scans that I got was interesting. It was from it was not a Beltran scan. It was from an activist, and she gave me her scan. I mean, that was one I used for my my Substack article, and it showed it was all like in like the Bluetooth kind of spectrum range. It was all like Bluetooth.
Yeah.
What is that? 2G, 4G.
Yeah, like 1.4 to 2.4, or and around the 2.4 to 5G.
And that's what I was looking at, because for me, you know, I mean, I'm, you know, me and my family are being tortured with this stuff, so I'm looking for a way to block, you know, that from happening. And of course, I would never. It's illegal to promote anything as far as jamming frequencies by the FCC laws, so I would never promote anything like that. But you know, hypothetically, like, you know, if we were, you know, looking at something like that or testing it in a Faraday cage for research purposes, which is legal, then a frequency like that, if you could get to that general, create enough signal noise in that spectrum range, you would be able to disrupt it.
Right, and you can hypothetically speaking, because like you said, within a Faraday's cage or dumping your signal in an RF dump is legal to do, and in that context, if you identified that's why it's important that I target on the gateway frequencies, the frequencies that are being utilized for longer range communication. If you could deactivate the gateway, then you essentially shut the system off from functioning. So like jamming equipment in that range, you'd want to effectively overlap the Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and some of the cellular signals, and then you could effectively shut down the system or disrupt it. Definitely. Yeah, China's got a lot of great options made in China. You can essentially contact them and have them send you a sample. Say that you're going to order a bunch of stuff, and then you can get a jammer that has, if you wanted to be really thorough, you could get a jammer that's like 20 to 30 antennas that would cover the entire FCC spectrum to above like 5G. And then you could essentially guarantee that you cover all those ranges.
I looked at the made in China site, and it was pretty pricey though. I mean,
really, you gotta kind of search their website. Some of their things can be pretty pricey, but to get a jammer that's like 20 to 30 antennas, it's a few $100.
Really? Okay. All right. I mean, I was looking at more, you know, kind of a caveman approach, and just creating a spark gap generator transmitter type of a thing that would just, you know, jam a much larger broad range. You
could do that. Get an ultra wideband antenna, and then flood the whole airspace with like some type of signal that would disrupt a very aggressive arbitrary waveform.
Yeah, but they're loud.
One way to do that,
loud. They create a lot of noise.
One way you could effectively do that is if you got an SDR and then hooked a few amplifiers up in parallel. So you have one signal coming out that you define, and then you hook up. You get they're called down converters or up converters, and you could step up and down the frequency range from your original signal, run it through an amp, and then run it through a ultra wideband antenna, and then you could have a pretty broad spectrum jammer. Hypothetically.
That's really interesting. I mean, for research purposes, I think I'm going to check out that Made in China site again, because when I looked at it initially, I just kind of glanced at it. I was kind of sketched out by the site. And I saw a couple of things that were like a couple $1,000, and I was like, all right, never mind. I'm going back to the drawing board on that.
Yeah. There's like hundreds of companies that use that site to sell their products, and so typically you have to shop around, and then you can reach out to the individual companies, get in contact with them, and then they'll start shopping for you if you tell them exactly what you want. And sometimes they'll send you a sample. You can just be like, yeah, I'm thinking about buying a bunch of these. Can you send me a sample, like one free device? And then you'll be set.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I ordered a bunch of lights one time, some horticultural lights off of Alibaba, and I ordered a couple lights and said I was going to be buying more for my store I was working at, and yeah, I got a good price that way. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, they're ready to wheel and deal in China. So yeah, that is really, yeah, that's good to know, and that matches exactly that's where I'm at. When I was researching the frequency scans that I got, it looks like they're using, yes, like cell phone bands, and Wi-Fi,
yeah.
Which makes perfect sense because they're transmitting a lot of data at a very fast rate. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Which tells you they're probably, for some of those gateway nodes, they're probably utilizing more superficial nodes. The higher you go up in frequency range, the less penetration that those frequencies have in the body. And so that's why an implanted gateway or coordinator node is typically positioned near the skin. It's either like sometimes in the hip, or the shoulder, or the back of the neck. But yeah, I believe they're definitely leveraging existing frequencies, probably a cell phone, as well as it has the ability to link into Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. But it may have multiple frequency bands like a redundant system where it can utilize like high to mid-range frequencies as well as some of the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi frequencies, so that you don't get drop off.
Now, this is another question I have for you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's just I'm excited. You're a very knowledgeable guy. It's really nice talking to you. So the one thing that I've noticed, the pattern that is with every TI is it seems as though their cell phones are hacked with some type of like advanced spyware like Pegasus or Graphite. Do you think that they're using the cell phone to connect with this?
Oh
gateway?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you'll carry around, it's like a guarantee second or redundant system that guarantees that you always have high connectivity to your implanted nodes. So yeah, I believe that they're using the existing IoT infrastructure. I believe that, I mean, maybe I'm being a little paranoid, but I believe that every cell phone provider and technology company in one way or another is conspiring to have backdoors in all of their technology. So not only is your cell phone potentially hacked and it can help to leverage your network to increase connectivity, but also the networks around you can also be leveraged. And that's a common approach with IoT infrastructure, is to create like a smart city society 5.0 grid where you can keep high levels of connectivity between your sensing nodes within the environment. So it's not hard to imagine that they've created backdoors not only in your cell phone, but in much of the infrastructure around you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I suspected, and one thing I did notice when me and my wife became overtly targeted, we only had one spot we could move to for an apartment, and every single one had a Wi-Fi hotspot, which I'd never experienced before. They all had this Wi-Fi hotspot thing set up. Even if I didn't set up a router or didn't have a cell phone, like we were still bathed in Wi-Fi. Yeah,
and it seems like with the advancement of 5G and 6G networks, they utilize what's called triple beamforming. So they're able to find you, even inside buildings, around buildings, with a minor level of shielding. They still have the ability to target you with the towers around you and infrastructure around you to to create higher levels of connectivity. So it does make it difficult. And they have multiple, accessible coordinator nodes they can target, and probably at least a high and a low frequency range. Ultimately, they want to use the higher ranges because they have more data throughput, but I'm sure they have like the 400 megahertz up to the 1.4 gigahertz is always an option for them if they don't want to utilize like the 2.4 gigahertz. So that's kind of like you have a gateway node. It probably has like 3 main bands that it can utilize to communicate externally as well as internally to the other nodes in your body. So
repeat your question. The phone hung up while you were asking the question. I missed it. With what you guys are talking about.
The question?
Yeah, what was your question I'm not sure everybody.
Well, we were just talking about the general frequency range that they're using to connect, and it seems as though Wi-Fi and cell phone infrastructure, frequency spectrums are being used to transmit information, at a high rate in order to, communicate with, with this. What do you call it? A gateway?
Like a coordinator node or gateway node, the master node of the body.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
Thank you.
In your opinion, do you think the gateway? Do you think this gateway node is most likely an implant, or do you think it's nanotech, or is there no way to know?
That's we're talking about multiple decades of evolution. I think during the late 90s and throughout the early 2000s, they were utilizing like larger millimeter scale devices, larger devices that have processing units and microcontrollers and radio front ends. I still believe they're utilizing like that level of technology that are larger devices that have been physically implanted in certain targets. Probably a large portion of our society was implanted at some point, either in dental operations, routine surgeries, or they were covertly sedated and implanted with larger systems. But there is no doubt that we're now in the next phase of the technology as of 2020, where they're starting to leverage N3 level technologies, non-invasive, non-surgical neurotechnologies that can be injected, maybe inhaled. So that they're playing around with those newer technologies, but I still believe that a large population of targets have larger devices in them that could be surgically extracted in the way that Jesse Beltran is trying to keep a chain of custody on devices. So it's important that we all understand that many of us were likely targeted from a young age and contain within our bodies larger nodes that could be utilized as proof. I think both things are happening now. And that's one reason they've worked hard to keep everybody gaslit and confused, and they've utilized decades of misinformation and different psyops to keep everybody from looking within and keep everybody from getting scanned and utilizing basic technology to prove that they were implanted. It's one reason they work really hard on the Havana Syndrome psyop and the directed energy weapon psyop. And sure, those technologies work, but when it comes to what they're trying to achieve in the evolution of AI, BCI technology, and human augmentation, they definitely are. They're wanting a two-way read-write capability, very intimate, accurate coordination.
I agree completely. Yeah, and it's so good to hear somebody else say that, because I really lost all hope with targeted justice because of Richard Lighthouse talking about them using, about using vercators and
the
these type
Railtron
of things. Yeah, I mean, it's just so ridiculous. When it's obvious that most of this stuff is caused by manipulation of the central nervous system.
Yeah, I mean that's the gold standard. That's what they really want. They don't want to just blatantly torture people without that feedback control. The feedback control is the gold standard. They want to be able to fine-tune modulation and neuromodulation, and then to extract your biological responses. To make that digital twin, they need to extract your data. So remote neural monitoring, that's high fidelity, so they can experiment with different areas of the brain and the body in order to experiment with mind control and identity engineering. So that's where the
identity engineering.
Is going.
That's good. I like that, identity engineering. That is an excellent way to put it. I've never heard that term before.
Yeah, it's like the CIA MK Ultra, concept of rewriting a person's personality, breaking them down, and then building them back up, rewriting their memories, deleting memories, adding memories, changing biological behavior, sexual behavior. That's what they're trying to accomplish here. It's very much the same goals as in the 1970s, but with another 70 years of evolution. So they're getting there. They've come a long way. I essentially look at it as the point at which MK Ultra was publicly closed down was essentially the point where they changed the names, and then they essentially took the technology and started to deploy it into the population at scale. That wasn't the end, that was the beginning.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I believe. Yep, that's exactly what I believe. And I think that's when they started working with Rand Corporation, or they were working with Rand Corporation before that. But they basically, once they figured out the real key to brain telemetry, they basically they burned a bunch of files, and then they just put out all this crap about how they were just giving prostitutes LSD or whatever.
Right.
Right. And that's
they started
type of stuff.
Yeah, they started the controlled opposition. They released Duncan back into the population, started talking about the Frey effect, directed energy weapons. They tried to make it the focus be on LSD and psychedelics and ECT, when really it was all about BCI technologies and developing the network and infrastructure for the Internet of Bodies so that they could do all of this wirelessly, mapping the brain, all of its signatures, and being able to control an individual at a subconscious level. I can be really hard on other targets. Essentially what I say is that you've been essentially excommunicated from the baseline of modern society, and that society essentially has transcended the biodigital convergence decades ago. And I don't know if you want to talk about this, and it can be hard for some people to discuss, but when targets are experiencing such a high level of coordinated gang stalking, and you have to take that into account, and the idea of parallel societies that operate independently with the deep state, and the evolution of a parallel society that has evolved since the Cold War, that's very similar to a Stasi-like network, all the way dating back to Operation Paperclip, COINTELPRO, all of these programs. I really do believe we're kind of facing a parallel society that's assimilated a large population of complicit individuals who are very awake and aware to this technology, citizens that have been gifted the power to use this technology, and that's where you get this parallel society of gang stalkers and perpetrators and complicit members of both the state and federal government, as well as private contractors, big companies, big tech, technocrats. This is what we're facing. This is the reality and the patterns that I see across this nation and even across the world, is that every modern government across the globe has essentially diverged two different societies or segmented society into two different classes: a complicit parallel society of individuals that know about these technologies, that are gifted and allowed the opportunity to utilize these technologies. And they're, in many cases now, they're starting to adopt the technologies themselves. So we're not only dealing with a bunch of non-consensual human experimental subjects who are being tortured, but there's a very high potential that there's a large population of other individuals who've been implanted with the same type of technology who are utilizing it and being coordinated in a much larger cyber-physical human system. And that's kind of the evolution of humanity to a post-human, transhuman age. So when people talk about the concept of like the fourth industrial revolution or society 5.0, like the Japanese talk about it, what I essentially believe has happened here is that humanity has already crossed that threshold, and they've essentially decided to kind of evolve to this next level of technology covertly, to hide it from public information, to control the public narrative surrounding these technologies, while at the same time assimilating into this large complicit parallel society.
Yeah.
And it might have been a very small kind of, parallel society back during Operation Paperclip and through COINTELPRO, but I do believe that it's gotten much, much larger. And so for individuals like ourselves who have been kept out our whole life and tracked and monitored, you're essentially saying that we've been excommunicated from the baseline of modern reality, and information's being controlled. It's being dialed back and withheld from the general population, while there's this parallel class of individuals, both in government and in the civilian population, who have been gifted this technology and who are now being coordinated within this Internet of Bodies, which explains the concepts of synchronicity and gang stalking and how people are remote viewing, remote monitoring, tracking, and performing this cognitive warfare, which is essentially sixth generation warfare that's being targeted domestically on our own populations.
Yeah, that's my personal belief, is that there's a whole, when you think about it, originally it would have been very easy to keep, I would say, obviously members of intelligence communities, military, industrialists, oligarchy would be able to keep the secret pretty well. But now with this technology, they wouldn't even have to really trust somebody that much, because they could have complete access to their mind, or even program them with this stuff, and bring them into, into the fold, or whatever you want to call it. And I think that it is obviously, like anything, a hierarchical system, where you'll have people at the top that have the ability to monitor and control, people in this establishment below them. So I imagine it'd be like a tiered system. But
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so terrifying, is the same predictive modeling, the same type of this is like the largest set of non-consensual human experimental data ever created. It's a huge data set that can be fed into AI to map human behavior, belief systems. And that is the fundamental goal of fifth and sixth generation warfare, is to control the minds, beliefs, perceptions, and loyalty of your own populations. And this is the way that you do it. You create like a gamified system where you have an elite parallel society that has the knowledge, that has the tools. You're able to track all of those individuals, and there is no dissidence, because you can predict with high fidelity, based on individuals' behavior, probably years in advance, if they have a high level of probability for being a dissident. And then if you make other citizens the perpetrators and torturers within that hierarchy, then it's a kind of a positive feedback loop, a self-sustaining system that keeps the parallel society very loyal, aggressive, and controlled. It would be hard for them to imagine getting out, because you would be essentially excommunicated from reality to be outside that system. But yeah, and it kind of leads me to another theory that I have about Havana syndrome and AHIs. I really do believe all of the news and media that we're seeing surrounding these government officials being targeted, in a way, it's a psyop. It's another platform to get everybody's attention focused on external weapons and systems. But at the same time, it's also a reminder to the parallel society that look what we can do to you if you're a dissident, if you're all connected to the same network, or if you're all complicit in joining in our society and enjoying the benefits of AI, BCI, and human augmentation, then you can also be targeted in this way. Like, we can essentially flip a switch and we can shut your brain down or cause brain damage.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a two-tier psyop, and it's a sad, interesting phenomenon that we're all dealing with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's totally a global system. I mean, if you just look at the data from all of us, and you do like an epidemiological study in all social media accounts and all of our experiences and how intimately connected this gang stalking community is, and no matter where you go in your community, no matter which road you turn down, what store you go to, suddenly there's these individuals that are synchronizing with your behavior.
Okay,
and
so
they're
this
everywhere.
is something I want. Yeah, so this is something I want to bring up, because I have a theory, because I've experienced this, especially in the beginning of my targeting. Bizarre things would happen to me. Like, I use a couple different examples because they're good examples. I was constantly, at that time I wasn't even experiencing direct V2K. It was just like it started off with like I would hear like weird noises around the house. I felt as though people were trying to break in. Weird stuff was going on. Strange, like I would hear knocking and banging and stuff. It would keep me up all hours of the night. And then I started having this weird pattern recognition thing going on where I would come up with ideas of like, like I would see like as an example, I would see like Subarus, like I would see Subaru cars everywhere, and I came up with this weird idea in my head that like as people in Subarus are following me, which is a weird, bizarre thing to come up, at the time. At the time, all my devices have been hacked. I was experiencing this strange phenomena. It sounded like people were trying to break in. Weird stuff was happening. So I was kind of like freaked out, trying to figure out what was going on. But I mean, looking back, it was like the most bizarre idea, and I believed it for like a good like week or two. I just kept, whenever I saw a Subaru, it would like stick out, and I'd be like. And I had this idea. I was like, maybe there's somebody with a Subaru dealership that's after me, and like he's giving out cars to people. Like I don't know why I'm seeing Subarus and why that's significant, but it's like my brain was trying to come up with a solution to make that make sense. And then later on it evolved into straight up V2K. Where I was. Driving by cars, and I would hear people yelling out their window, "Shut up!" at me as I was driving by them. But I looked up one of the times. The car that was yelling it at me, all their windows were rolled up, and it was at that time I started thinking that I had directional speakers in the car, and I was being messed with that way, and then I realized that it was. I had like an epiphany where I was like, there's a chip in my head. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And then I started getting actual V2K directly tortured, nonstop, for a couple of years. And but
it sounds like you're really quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
They like to keep people in that transition awakening period as long as possible. So the fact that you were able to get to the point where you're like, yes, this is inside of me. This is not other people around me. It's not, I mean, it obviously part of it is, but to realize this directional sound is coming from within you.
Yeah. And they, another thing that they did during that period, they were using the directional, whether, I don't know if it's direct, because like I don't know how they're able to do V2K in a directional sense, because it was so good. Like they even had the Doppler effect as a person was like yelling going by. It sounded so realistic. But when I was in my apartment, I would hear, it would sound like my upstairs neighbors were talking like about me, responding to like, you know, like that. They had me at that point. I was so freaked out. I was talking out loud to myself, and at a certain point, I would turn on my cell phone to record, and it would all stop. All the sound would stop, and I didn't even put two and two together at that point. I was just like, oh, they must know I'm recording somehow. Like there must be cameras in here. And at one point, I had left my camera on record in my pocket, and I was walking down the hallway next to my upstairs neighbor's door, and from behind the door, it sounded like they said, like, quiet. Well, I mean, I could hear it clear as day, and it sounded like it was muffled from behind a door. And it said, you know, somebody saying, "Quiet, quiet, he's coming," and I could hear another person laughing, and I was like, I was like, holy, you know, they are upstairs. And when I got back down into my apartment, I took my phone out of my pocket and I saw that I had been recording the whole time. But when I played it back, all I heard was my own footsteps. There was no sound at all. So it was several different things like that I kind of realized that there's something going on where I was being tricked. And then they switched over. But I want to get to the gang stalking thing. So I had also experienced at that same time period. I was walking through a supermarket, and this she must have been like a 50-year-old woman. She looked up at me and started laughing as I was walking by her. And I just looked at her, and she looked at me and just shook her head and was laughing. And I was like, what? And then later on that day, I went to pull out of this CVS parking lot, and a woman pulled up, around roughly the same age, I'd say about 50 years old, and she pulled up next to me, and she stopped as she was pulling in, and I looked up at her like, what? And she leans out her window, and she goes, you know what? You just make me laugh. You're always making me laugh. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like what? And then she just drove off. And I mean, ever since then, I'd had all sorts of bizarre experiences with people from every walk of life saying bizarre things to me, looking at me strange, doing these different things. Do you think that these people might be being manipulated with this technology to act this way? Because I notice that they're usually people that are medicated or people that are homeless or drug addicts or have they're not all there. I'll put it that way. They seem to be kind of on the mental decline.
I would think that the reason they use people that were mentally declining or in those situations was still to kind of cover up the underlying truth. I still believe there's a large complicit parallel society of individuals who are very awake, very aware of the technology. Many of the youth growing up in a society that has had access to these technologies, that this parallel society is tied to the same Internet of Bodies or grid that you are tied to, like a smart city type infrastructure where they can coordinate actions at scale within that group of individuals. And so I think many of them are complicit, and maybe some of them are puppets, and they'll use puppets to keep you distracted from the underlying truth. But I absolutely believe that there is a complicit population of individuals who are awake.
Oh yeah, no,
who are aware.
There's definitely, and I think I agree with you completely. This is something I said, but I think that they puppet people to create a smokescreen.
Yeah.
So that when somebody is suspicious, you don't recognize them because it's only, semi-suspicious next to somebody that
there's always plausible deniability. Yeah, that you always have some sort of fallback where you could say, well, maybe that old person's implanted, or maybe this homeless person's implanted, and maybe they're being puppeted in the same way that I am being puppeted in. And I'm sure they do that to a certain degree, but the cognitive kind of warfare and sensitization protocols that many of us go through as we start to wake up, we all kind of go through the same progression and evolution as we start, and they'll drag people through it for years of the gang stalking behavior, utilizing different vehicles, license plates, colors, trigger words, directed conversation, and then like the subtle kind of misdirection they use with V2K, which I classify as just an auditory interface. That's a high fidelity interface that has the ability to stimulate both your left and right side, and to essentially, it's like augmented reality auditory interface where they can control the direction of the sound, where it's coming from, how it sounds. They can seamlessly blend it into the environmental sound around you. So that's just a highly advanced auditory interface that's hacking those nerves, and they can hack both the left and right side simultaneously to control direction from where it's coming from. Multiple decades of working on these auditory interfaces. And I think they've actually, because they're trying to work on a few different layers of auditory interfaces when you think of things in terms of neuroscience. I know for me personally, I have two implants that are directly behind both ears that are probably tied to that vestibular cochlear nerve right there at the peripheral of the cranial nerve. And then I have a node that's in my brainstem as well. And I know that I have nodes in my cortex. So for me, like they've essentially, they're able to record and modulate at all three layers of the auditory system. Those are the three main layers of auditory neural interfaces that you need. You can implant people in their cranial nerve peripherally to do a medical grade implant, or you can do a brainstem implant, or you can do a cortex implant. So I think they're working on all of those technologies. And kind of what's incredible about individuals like us is it sets your whole body up as this perfect experimental setup where they're able to decode from and stimulate those different areas so that they can optimize control over those aspects of your sensory system. So it's like a three-tiered experimental approach that allows for the evolution of the technology at each tier. And it gives you even more ability because you can compare and contrast what you're getting peripherally and centrally, and then you can optimize neural decoding and neuromodulation rapidly. And that's one benefit of having a highly advanced WBAN is, they're trying to use us to advance the technology as rapidly as they possibly can in as many ways as they can. So if you set up your experimental model in the right way, then you're able to rapidly advance the medical grade technology or military grade technology much faster, as opposed to just using one approach, like a bone transducer versus a cochlear implant versus a brainstem implant, or versus direct cortex stimulation. So
wait, so you're saying they might actually be able to do V2K through like direct, like a brainstem implant?
Oh yeah, they can. I think they have. I think they may not be utilizing that in your specific case, depending on who you are. But yeah, they have auditory interfaces that are brainstem implants. In an individual who's had damage to their cochlear nerve, and they have that specific type of medical condition, the next layer they go to is the brainstem, and they do an auditory interface because many of your cranial nerves, they junction through your brainstem before they go to the cortex. So it's a secondary level that you can access to do modulation for hearing implants.
And I believe that's where a lot of implants are detected with Jesse's nonlinear junction scan is right basically above the hairline.
Yeah, exactly. And that gives you left and right control, and it gives you other things too. Like it gives you all of the muscles that you utilize for speech, so you can also decode like sublingual vocal stimulus. But I think it's a multi-tier system. Yeah, so you can modulate from there as well, and many of your other cranial nerves are in that same area. So being able to put one implant in and access multiple cranial nerves as well as the brainstem function, it's a good location for these implants, and it's pretty accessible as well. You can just go in from behind and go in between the vertebrae and implant an ECOG or inject a bunch of neural dust and then pull your antenna out in between the vertebrae so it's superficial to the bone.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on in a lot or most cases. That seems to be, where it's at there, and it's a perfect place because I mean, even if they do an injection, and I, what you said earlier about, I think most people are targeted since they're children. That's one thing I say to a lot of people myself, because looking back in my life, a lot of strange stuff, when I was a kid and very, tumultuous family. So yeah, I think that they tend to target families, and they want, they want to inject this stuff into kids, which unfortunately is, as we can see with a lot of the stuff coming out, they have a lot of interest in children. So very sad, but
it seems like sometime late 80s, early 90s, that's when the technology was essentially coming out with other implantable technologies. They started utilizing it covertly for other methods. It started with basic auditory interfaces and ECOGs or EEGs, as well as vagus nerve stimulators. They probably experimented with deep brain as well at the time. And then throughout the 90s, the technology and semiconductors advanced. Same with networks. It got smaller, and they just kept evolving it in parallel. I don't think there was ever
even if it was like an implant or something like that, you couldn't use like a strong enough EMP to actually fry it because it's coated with like polyamide or some type of polymer or something like that.
You could. I've been looking at utilizing high-powered EMP and HPM devices. It's kind of funny how there's such a strong psyop on directed energy weapons when directed energy weapons could actually be the very thing that could free people. But they keep people so afraid of directed energy weapons. Would you ever imagine that most targets would ever even think to use a directed energy weapon on themselves? Like after
like
years of being tortured. Yeah, like a Vercator, an HPM. But no, I've been trying to boil down the calculations between utilizing like a capacitor bank with a magnetic loop and a spark gap, like a really powerful system, or an exploding wire system to make a strong EMP pulse. And the other thing I've been looking at is Marx generators, and then taking your Marx generator and then feeding it into a microwave antenna, and then a Marx generator coupled with a microwave antenna is a twofold system because it utilizes a high power EMP pulse. At the same time, it creates a high power microwave pulse. And then these types of systems are optimized. You want a short pulse width, fast pulses, high repetition time, and then you just got to figure out the type of frequency response that you want so that it's optimized for deep penetration and doesn't cause heating in the tissue. But it's always a risk if you have neural interfaces and you heat up those devices near the interface, then the nervous tissue is right there. And that's why I always fall back in hypothetical Faraday's cage phantom studies, wink, wink, talking about targeting gateway nodes. Because if you can hit the master node or coordinator node within an IoT network, then you shut down the network. And those nodes are more superficial and they're more susceptible to higher microwave frequencies. And one of the things that makes military-grade systems safer for soldiers is that they use pulse sequences, and those pulse sequences are not as dangerous as a continual emission. But yeah, so like hypothetically speaking, it's kind of funny that part of the PSYOP is to get people to believe that this technology is what's causing all of their symptoms, when there's a high probability that those same types of systems could be utilized to deactivate or destroy devices like this.
It is, and you know, the direct energy weapon kind of, you know, PSYOP is so effective in many different ways. I mean, they can convince people that, and I've talked to a lot of TIs, they think that there's a guy that parks outside their house in a van and is hitting them, or it's their neighbor that has some type of, you know, ray set up and they're hitting them, and it takes, and then they don't really understand that, you know, they don't understand.
But of course that's what they're going to believe. I mean, think about everything that's in the news. I mean, the microwave backpack weapon from Russia that the CIA allegedly purchased. I don't know why. Like those types of devices have been around for like 30 years, and they've been backpack size for that long. I don't know why we would purchase something covertly from Russia, and then how did that get leaked to the news? You know what I mean? Are we not doing a very good job?
But it's funny.
Did
it. Sorry.
Yeah, that was the same time. So if you look at the kind of the news and how everything came, this is just like a repeat gaslighting campaign. Mm-hmm. You know, they're bringing up Havana syndrome, AHIs, directed energy, 60 minutes specials, podcasts. All of this kind of comes out again to kind of reinforce the same narratives as before, and then to also gaslight people into believing that it's not their own country, that it's the Chinese, it's the Russians that are doing this to you. When really it's this parallel society that they're fighting. They're in a cold war for AI and BCI dominance.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And I had my V2K. I had my V2K telling me that they were Israelis and this is Mossad.
Yeah.
I know a defense. He was a defense contractor that was basically driven insane with this technology. This guy Brendan Iglesias. And he's convinced it was a Chinese. He's saying this, like every other word that comes out of his mouth is Chinese bioweapons.
I mean, they kind of take advantage of people's goodwill. Like, you don't want to believe that it's your own country. You don't want to believe it's your own community, and it kind of gives you a sense of peace to think that it's some other country. And I mean, that's one of many psyops that we all can fall into. And whether you think it's demons, or you're talking to God, or it's aliens, or the lizard people, you know, there's all these, you know, we have many decades of our people being manipulated and gaslit and controlled and lied to. Yeah. And it's really sad to think all the different traps that are out there.
Yeah, and now you see a big coordinated effort between the government and Hollywood to push this alien thing. Which it's pretty obvious that you have alien abductees that have implants taken out of them. You know, and
they're so sadistic, man. It's so sick. It's like they've given up on the demons and the Christian edge. And they've given up on, it's the Chinese and the Russians. And, like, what else can we possibly do? Like, let's say it's aliens. And why wouldn't you believe that? I mean, the advanced dream state manipulation, the highly advanced neuromodulation, that's just decades beyond public information. It's disgusting that they've held humanity down, controlled the narrative surrounding BCI technologies, cognitive liberty, neural rights. And they've allowed them to advance the technology so much that it's like they're having a heyday, celebrating their greatness while they're torturing people and making them confused and running around talking about UFOs and aliens. That does seem to be like the next level of the PSYOP here. Is like, if we can't convince you it's God or the devil, we can't convince you it's another country, then we'll say. And they believe they can get away with it because the technology it's incredibly advanced, the way they can manipulate your perception of reality.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I even experienced, synthetic hallucinations that were, that were just,
I mean, the optic system.
When I was, it's insane. I mean, it's insane. It's like augmented reality.
It is fully immersive,
and
three-dimensional.
If you try to tell anybody about that, they're just going to think that you're out of your mind. You're having hallucinations.
Yeah.
You're mentally, unwell. But and they'll use it. I've heard several TIs. This is a popular thing that I've heard from people where they say that there are people using camouflage, like invisibility cloaks, and they see shimmering images walking around their yard. That's the they tried that with me. That's the synthetic hallucinations. I had V2K saying like, yeah, you can't even see us. We're in your living room, and then I could literally see like a shimmering image moving in my living room.
Yeah.
I got up, and in the state I was in, I threw a haymaker at it, and my arm went right through it, and I was like, okay, that's not real. And another guy told me that he went out to his backyard, saw one of these shimmering figures walking through his yard, and he shot a bow and arrow, and shot his compound bow, and arrow went right through the thing. And I was like, okay, so it's a synthetic hallucination. And he was like, oh no, it was real. That was real. And like that shows the ability for neuromodulation, where the guy shot an arrow through it, it went right through it, and he still believed that it was a person wearing some type of cloak or something. I mean, it's insane.
It's funny because it's all the same basic construction of technology. It's electrodes that have the ability to record and to stimulate your nervous system. Whether you're talking about like a cochlear implant or an EMG, something that's stimulating your muscle or recording from your muscle or from your skin, your pressure responses in your skin, your baroreceptors. It just comes down to a device that has the ability to record from the nervous system and to stimulate. An electrode. And the same thing is true for all your cranial nerves, whether it's your auditory nerves or your optic nerves. And they're hacking the system at every level. And fully immersive, augmented visual hallucinations is something that they're working really hard to achieve. Typically, what we hear a lot is when people are caught up in the hypnagogic state, in the transition between wakefulness and sleep, that's where they have the ability to really hack your dreams, dreamscape control, fully immersive three-dimensional dreamscapes.
Yeah.
And then your inner imagined imagery, where you're thinking about something in the middle of the day and they start shooting images into your inner imagined imagery, where you're trying to visualize something and they're trying to control what you're visualizing internally. Yes. And the next level of that is full scale augmented reality overlay, where they can inject images into your visual perception while you're fully awake. And they're working towards that. Orbs, ghosts, it's still limited in the amount of power that it has to stimulate the nervous system. And the visual cortex is interesting in the way it has feed forward and feedback control. So depending on what type of implant.
Let me ask you something. So, I mean, they tried the synthetic hallucination thing on me a good half a dozen times, midway through my targeting, and I haven't experienced it since. But one of the things that they did was I had V2K constantly saying that they were framing me for a crime and that police were coming, they would put me into this, like, the anxious state they would put me in was just,
fight or flight state.
Yeah, fight or flight, and I would tell myself I'm not going to look at that peephole. I'm not looking at that peephole, they would just make me so anxious. I would get up and look at the peephole, and one of the times I looked out the peephole while they were saying like police are coming, search warrant, and all this crap, I looked out and I saw it looked like a silhouette. It looked like almost like a two-dimensional silhouette of like a police officer crouched, but like even through the peephole, I could see that it was see-through, like it was like almost like holographic and kind of like sparkling. Why would it be see-through and sparkling like that? Because there was another time they did it and it was the same type of effect. It was
sounds like phosphenes. It's like your eyes' ability to sense light and dark objects. I think it's in V1 in the cortex. or V2. And I think they're utilizing a couple different types of visual interfaces. They're utilizing these highly advanced subretinal interfaces that can be placed at the back of the eye or can navigate to the back of the eye. They don't affect your normal vision at all, but they can access the back of the rods and cones and the interconnects at the back of the eye, as well as they're directly targeting the occipital lobe or visual cortex. So, and I think they're working because of the nature of the type of technology they have. They're working on recording from and stimulating those different areas, just like we talked about with the auditory system, where they're studying the different layers of signal propagation, both at the peripheral cranial nerve interface with like your vestibular cochlear nerve, as well as the brainstem, as well as at the cortex. They're doing the same thing with your other cranial nerve, your optic nerve, where they're interfacing at the subretinal as well as the visual cortex, and they're testing on how they can hack a person's inner imagined imagery as well as their cortex directly. And I would imagine that it's really difficult to overcome the the action potentials of your natural vision while you're awake. And it takes a lot of power to overcome what you're actually seeing and to put overlays in.
Yes.
So they're probably limited in how much power they can deliver to the nerves to get people to actually see different objects while they're awake. The hypnagogic state is a different situation. It's easier to input imagery into a person who's asleep or in between awakening and sleeping, whether in that hypnagogic state. That's much easier to hack than it is to have enough power to stimulate actual awake imagery and to affect your visual field directly.
And that makes more, because one of the things I noticed was they really like to do things more at night. And when it came to the synthetic hallucinations, I would say four out of the 2 times it was at night. And one time it was terrifying. It was like it looked like 2 figures in robes were leaning over, my bed where me and my wife were sleeping. And like it was uncanny. I mean, it was just like it was almost like a completely dark shadow. You couldn't really see through it. And they were, in V2K, they were talking in some kind of nonsense language or some other, I don't know, it sounded like Gaelic or something, speaking some kind of weird language to freak me out. This is when they were trying one of their narratives where they're acting like they're going to steal my soul or some stupid crap like that. And yeah, like it was very vivid, but they were just shadows really. But so that technology would work better in darkness. Was what I was thinking.
I've actually I was at a moped and I saw these black spots. It wasn't like imagery. It was just like black spots that, like, while I was driving, they were like trying to see what I saw. But they were like black spots, like as I was driving.
Yeah, they're likely playing with your sense of perception while you're awake and asleep. It's highly advanced now. The dream manipulation is something that is fascinating because I believe they're literally at a point with being able to immerse your whole body into a very intense, 3-dimensional, perfectly realistic dreamscape where they can customize they can customize the entire dream and perfectly almost create like a virtual reality where they can customize the whole environment within your sleeping realm, at least in my situation. But I definitely think that they're doing things while people are awake. The other thing, like we talked about, is their ability to place objects like a black spot or to people, and they're able to place those images in logical, like 3-dimensional arrangements inside your room. The same way they can like make sound come from different areas, they can also align those images with augment the images in real space.
Have Have you noticed if you rub your eyes, do you see pixels?
Yeah, I get a lot of what's called it's called like retinal burn, and that's usually you'll see like an image. You'll close your eyes and you'll still see the highs and lows of the image you were just looking at. It's typically a sign of neurological damage.
Like I will if I rub my eyes, if I push my eyes, I can, and I like squeeze my eyes, it looks like pixels.
Yeah. It's probably a consequence of the interfaces they're using and some type of inflammation and damage, unfortunately.
Do you know anything about this theoretical metamaterial called foglets that can be used beam steered to create any type of form? I read it initially, and I believe when I read through The Singularity is Near, he talked about foglets, and I've been reading more into it. Do you know anything about that? Because some of these images that people are seeing, could they be foglets?
I don't know about you, Ben, but typically what I believe is happening is that we're trying to rapidly advance AI and BCI technologies to the point where we can create almost like a digital twin of the environment, and then we can do augmented overlays into our visual cortex, kind of like these virtual reality glasses, these Google glasses. Yes. And so what they're trying to evolve the technology for is get it to a point where you can augment a digital overlay into your existing visual field. So it's kind of a dual purpose.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is going on. And some of the more vivid things I saw was when I was completely stationary, staring at a room, and that's when they were able to do the more like vivid, strange, and horrifying type of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I think that they're basically. That makes a lot of sense. They're taking basically a screenshot of what your vision is or your perception, and then messing with that. But it does seem like, I mean, I'm not even sure exactly how augmented reality works, to be honest. But it seemed like I was interacting with somebody else's imagination or something. Like that's the only way that I can really put it. Like it was just weird.
The parallel society dreams of the idea of these alien technologies. I think when you hear a lot of the psyops on aliens and alienists, it really is what the parallel society views themselves as the next evolution of humankind, a post-human age, where you have the ability to remote view through another person's body, or to go to another place and to be there fully immersed and have your whole wireless body area network connected in another location, to be able to utilize brain-to-brain interfaces, to go visit Mars or the moon through a robot, and to do it first person. These are all like human-machine interface technologies, brain-to-brain interface technologies. It's the natural evolution of human augmentation, and what we're really trying to achieve through BCI. It's what Elon Musk and all the technocrats dream of. It's what our children dream of after a lifetime of playing video games. And it's what all of the research is being focused on right now, is getting these technologies to that next level where you can perfectly overlay a three-dimensional augmented reality in your existing reality like Pokemon, but a highly evolved. And that's why synchronization is so important. That's why they listen not only to what you're saying or thinking, but they're actually listening to your environmental sound, and they can synchronize the V2K with the environment, like perfectly synchronize directed words with the conversation you're having. So you'll think that someone whispers something and it's perfectly flows with your discussion and what they're saying, and then suddenly they'll add a word in or a sound in. And sometimes you're talking to a perp, but many times they're blending in injected modulation with the surrounding environment, and they're trying to refine that timing. And it's a very elegant
that's
problem.
Exactly that's what I've experienced. That's what I've experienced the most. and I never want to say that there aren't like actual purpose, but I mean, from my vast experience, I find that they're interacting with people around me with this technology to freak me out, or I mean, even to, like they were doing it to like crack jokes. I mean, once the V2K started directly talking to me, I mean, they were like, they would go through up periods and down periods because that's how psychological torture works. So they would go through periods like a whole day sometimes where they were just joking around with me, saying things that they could do, making up like weird lies, making me joke with them, and they would make people say weird shit, and they would laugh and be like, was that us or was that them, and
so they're showing off the ability of the system. They know that you're highly intelligent.
They did that a lot. They did that a lot with me, like a lot. Like there would be. I mean,
plus it's
like
Stockholm syndrome as well.
Yes, and yes, that's what I said. I at one point I said I have Stockholm syndrome 2.0, or this is like sorry. And so so I think I was given a little bit more insight than most people because they've got they had
they're very
pretty good.
Yeah, they're very proud of it, and I think that it is two-part. I believe that they can like make it seem that people are doing things, but I also believe that in many cases you're literally talking to someone in that parallel society that's very proud and very knowledgeable of what the system does. And a lot of people or perpetrators, they like to mimic the type of psychological abuse that the system's doing to you 24/7. So directed conversation, word insertion, because that's how well exercised that most people are in modern society now.
Oh yeah, I mean, looking back now, I can see that a lot of the interaction I was having with V2K, they were inserting thoughts and ideas and changing my emotional states, to interact with them in different ways as like a joke to them. They were doing a lot of that. Because I was being horrifically tortured. My whole life was being torn apart, and I was still sitting there on the couch till like 3 a.m. as they talked to me and just talking to them like normally, in my head. I mean, it was at first I would speak out loud to them because I didn't know what the hell the technology was, but then I would just think something and then they would respond back. So I just started learning how to, you just have this
direct telepathic communication. I think that most people in the parallel society now, that's brain-to-brain interfaces. So the people that are synchronizing and gang stalking you essentially are connected to a communication network where they can all communicate with one another and coordinate their actions utilizing like telepathic communication or synthetic telepathy. Jesse Beltran talked to like a military contractor that was saying that they were trying to offer him this type of communication technology, and he kind of refused to be a part of it. He wanted to communicate with traditional means. And but I think we're way beyond that. I think that this large complicit parallel society, that's pretty normal now. That's how they're able to coordinate.
And looking at the barbarity of it and the amount of human experimentation, and just how they seem to enjoy torturing people. I mean,
it makes it like odds.
I mean, they really put me through the ringer, and I think that I advanced through the stages pretty quickly. And for some reason, when they clicked in with the V2K, they were very talkative with me and really wanted to engage with me a lot. And they were definitely, in the beginning, it was a disturbing amount of time where they were just talking to me, and then there was a lot of weird sexual stuff. They were really interested in. And they were using voice changers to sound like women, specifically black women, which I guess is a common tactic that they'll use because there's a power dynamic. Because I'm a white man, they chose a black woman voice, so there's a psychological tribal thing that they're trying to go for.
They do that.
And a lot of weird sexual stuff. I won't get into it, but
it's common that
very common. And that's a part
they love like the gay stuff, the racism stuff, women's voices, men's voices, harassment, abuse, anything they can do to dominate you or try to manipulate you.
Yeah,
it's,
and reading the CIA Kubark Manual for Interrogation and Torture really helped to elucidate the sexual humiliation angle of things and why it was so sexual. But that helped me to kind of figure out where they were coming from. But still, even then, I was like, I think these guys are kind of, anyways, So I mean, one of the things, I mean, I'm in a, and it's not so good that they took special interest in me because once the third apartment I moved to during my targeting, where I broke out of the gang stalking stage, and then they went to straight V2K and straight just a neuromodulation roller coaster that is unexplainable in words. I went through that, and they were talking to me. I mean, at one point, this is one of the times they use the synthetic hallucinations. There was a light. There was a light fixture that looked like a chandelier with like three light, basically three lamps on it, and each lamp grew a face. And when one person would talk, the mouth would move on one of them, and when another person would talk, the mouth would move on another one. And they were telling me, like, yeah, we're making a stable. We're farming people. We're farming people. And at that point, they were trying to trick me into thinking that my wife was going to be taken from me, and they were going to set her up with another husband, and she was going to have a baby that they would, farm. And so, they put me into this kind of like guardian mode where I was like, yeah, you're going to have to kill me before I leave my wife. I'll never leave my wife. And they did probably 20 different like mock execution type of, ordeals that were the most indescribably horrific, where I thought I was going to die. That was one point where I said the hooded figures were over my bed. I mean, they were speaking in some type of other tongue and then saying that they were just going to stop my heart when I went to sleep, and I just went to sleep terrified. And then once we got out of that apartment, we moved here to Quincy, and my wife became impregnated. And I was not having a lot of sex at all with my wife because I was being tortured the whole time. But lo and behold, now my boy is 6 months old. He's definitely mine. He looks just like me. So I think that they puppeted me when I was unconscious to impregnate my wife, and they farmed me. They took such interest in me that they wanted another Ben, and now I'm kind of like I'm horrified.
Yeah, I have 3 kids from my previous marriage that ended in a terrible situation as a result of this program, and so I lost my family. But yeah, I understand. No, it's all right.
Sorry.
It was an ugly awakening period for me. It's been a rough few years, like with a lot of targets we've all been through. How you're in a good situation, and luckily you're very intelligent and awake and aware, and you were able to transition through all of those phases with minimal self-sabotage. Because I think a lot of times
they messed up. They messed up my life. I mean, there was one point where, they were putting my wife into hypnotic states in front of me, and she was walking around like a zombie. And I had V2K just saying that they were going to pimp her out, and they were making her go into states of furious anger at me, punching and kicking me. And this is a woman I was with for 5 years. We never had an argument. And I drove off. I ended up getting pulled over. I lost my car. I was in they put me into such a despondent state. I just like drove like a maniac, and I lost my license. I lost my car. I lost my job. They ruined my entire life, and it seems as though they've set me up to have a kid. That seemed to be, they told me before, what they were going to do, basically, that they wanted to, farm people, and here I am, I got a kid that like I don't even remember conceiving, so not such a good place to be in, but yeah, I'm sorry. This is the pattern I've seen with pretty much every TA I talk to. They seem to get separated from their significant other, their spouse. It seems to be a farming thing. It seems like they're like we said before. It seems like it starts when you're a kid. And I think they want to get an implant in the kid, and for some reason want to break up the family that they're in.
Yeah, they believe they're God. I mean, they've and there's good reason for that. They've done this to tens of thousands of individuals across the globe, mapping everybody's digital twin, watching families, multiple generations of individuals who've been targeted, and in their mind, they are God. Unfortunately, it's not surprising to me. The fact that they said they wanted to farm you out, and the fact that they take so much ownership over other people's lives to the point that they're puppeting women and men out and remotely viewing through their bodies and doing crazy shit in the way that they're doing it. It's not surprising, considering the level of the technology and the mass of people around the world. Like I said before, I mean, I believe every government on earth essentially has this system, and society and humanity has been subdivided into a non-consenting class of individuals who are either completely asleep, who are either being maybe slightly subconsciously controlled or puppeted without their knowledge, or they're being aggressively targeted and tortured. And then, the consenting parallel society. So humanity has transcended to the next post-human age, and they've decided to do it this way, to covertly deploy the technologies and to assimilate a parallel society of chosen people who have been given this great power and liberty over other people non-consensually. It's really disgusting when you think about America. I mean, I expect places like communist Russia or China to have these types of systems, because it's almost worked into their constitution. But for a place like America to have such a front of freedom and democracy and constitutional rights and human rights, at the same time they have probably the largest population of assimilated individuals.
Yeah. So, I always tell people that this is the epicenter of this new emerging, whether you want to call it technocracy or the New World Order, whatever term you want to come up with. I think that America has been at the epicenter for a while, and we're really good at spinning things here as being these, like, oh, we're the best medical system in the world, oh, we're the richest country in the world, the most opportunity, the freest. And in reality, we were the country that came up with eugenics in the first place. It was Nazi Germany got the idea of eugenics from America.
Right. That's what Hitler said. Hitler's like, I got all of these ideas from America.
Yeah. I mean, it was doctors here that were doing sterilization campaigns based on race and IQ. It started here. I mean, that whole movement. So that's just one example. I mean, if you look at the Rockefellers and how they completely took over the medical industry establishment, with the AMA, or and creating this model of prescription pills that can only be given out by a doctor, and then getting rid of like all herbalists, and having a campaign against quackery or whatever, this idea that people could actually heal themselves with like traditional, I'd say more like Ayurvedic type, or traditional Chinese medicine type approaches. It's pretty obvious that we've had a big problem with I would say a rabid oligarchy of robber barons and monopolies that have taken over things from behind the scenes for a long time. Everything from the Federal Reserve to even going back to the Civil War, which has been painted over as being about slavery, when in reality it was a war about taxes. I mean, the North told the South that they could keep their slaves if they just paid more taxes, and the South said no, we don't want to pay as much taxes. So like it was all about money even back then. They didn't really care about whether African Americans were enslaved. It was just about tax money. But there's a lot of hidden history with America. Things have been very carefully taught to people. There
was no hesitation after World War II with Operation Paperclip. They brought in all the Japanese and German scientists, and they immediately continued the work that they were doing during the war, up through MK Ultra, and there was even, I'm sure you know about Delgado.
Oh, sure.
He's a Spanish neuroscientist. Yeah, the first charging bull electrode, the first individual to implant humans with wireless electrodes.
Yeah,
he coined the term.
He was right here in my neck of the woods, right in the state next door to me, Rhode Island, where he was at a mental institution putting neural implants into people. Yeah.
Right. Now, he coined the term psychosocialized society, and he envisioned essentially the society that we have today, a society where you'd have a large population of individuals who are asleep, they're not knowledgeable, they're implanted covertly and being remotely controlled with these wireless implantable devices. He called it a psychosocialized society. And then he didn't believe that humans or men should have the right to develop their own mind. He was famous for saying that. And now it seems as though
the government should have the right over.
Yeah, his dream came true, and now we're living in a society now where we have a large non-consensual population of individuals who are kept asleep, who are remotely implanted without their knowledge. Public information's been skewed and mutated to keep people in a matrix or a simulation, while the rest of humanity continues to evolve and transcend.
Yeah.
Hey, you mentioned.
And Doctor. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, I was just gonna say hi. You mentioned charging bull something. What's that?
Charging bull electrodes were the first wirelessly implanted deep brain stimulators. He developed. It's called the stim receiver. Was the first wirelessly controlled brain electrode that was implanted.
Yeah, my V2K refers to bulls a lot.
Yeah, it was designed to control a person's aggression, so that criminals or highly aggressive individuals in society could be remotely implanted and controlled, and you could essentially control their level of aggression.
Right.
One of the first public displays of that power, he implanted a bull in and then allowed it to charge at somebody, and then he remotely shut it off so it wouldn't charge. It was one of the first demonstrations of the technology. Then he went on to implant prisoners and psychiatric patients for a few years before MK Ultra got shut down.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and he was, he was part of a large school of thought that was thinking the same way. I mean, he was just one of the more, somebody that stuck out in history because of his amazing, not amazing, I guess you could look at it as amazing.
But,
it
was amazing.
Great, leaps forward in technological advancement, with neurotech, and I think that his work was obviously taken up into Sub-Project 119 under MK Ultra, which I had to do a lot of digging to find that that was what they were working on at MK Ultra, all the way even the famous
brain telemetry.
Yeah, brain telemetry. Yeah, and I found this excellent book by Gordon Thomas, and he was an investigative journalist back in the 70s, and he actually went to the hospital in Montreal where Dr. Ewan McGregor, which they covered up his work, even Dr. Ewan McGregor. All they talk about is the psychic driving and the sleep rooms where they would drug people and keep them unconscious and play, recordings into headphones. But there at that facility, they had a whole basement set up with radio telemetry equipment, radio frequency equipment. They're blocking my memory of it. I fucking hate it when they do that shit, making me sound all goofy. But yeah, basically, there was an engineer there named Rubenstein and another one called Zaliski, I believe. And they were working on brain telemetry. And this guy Gordon Thomas, in his book, I forget that, I think it's called MK Ultra and Medical Abuse, something like that. It's kind of a long title to the book. I wrote an article about it on my Substack. I think I mentioned a couple different Substack articles, because the older books is where you're going to find all the good stuff. The newer books now coming out are all just like whitewash rewriting of history, just trying to make the CIA look like they're goofy and they just shot themselves in the foot over and over again. When in reality, they, after Jose Delgado's research, am I still connected here? Make sure that sometimes they disconnect me. Okay. After Jose Delgado's research, they started working on brain telemetry, and they started Subproject 119, and they started working with the Texas Christian University and UCLA Dr. Ross Addy and the other woman's name escapes me, the other doctor at UCLA. They started a whole campaign of researching what they called at the time bioelectronics. Being able to use even just radio frequency with no implant to change behavioral patterns or to even fry people's brains. And then also, doing remote EEG monitoring. And it's pretty obvious that was the direction they were heading when all of a sudden they were like, yeah, never mind, we'll stop doing this. And had and burned half of their documents, But
that's what they were covering up. There was a huge distraction, a misinformation campaign to distract from the underlying potential of the technology to allow them to continue to work in the field of brain telemetry and remote neural monitoring and feedback control. Yeah, your knowledge is incredible, man. I can't believe all the work that you've done. You got so much more knowledge than me on all of these individuals and COVID programs.
You have the real knowledge. I mean, understanding that they're using this this Internet of Things, which I haven't really, and the W-band and all that stuff. I start reading that stuff and my eyes cross. I'm not a scientific dude. I'm more of a history guy. So I like to delve into the history of it and the general patterns of where research was going, and then I use my own experiences and talking to hundreds of TIs at this point to kind of put together the psychological manipulation kind of angle of things to mostly try to help other TIs. But and I'm very motivated because they've destroyed my entire life. My entire family is hit with this technology. My sister has been put in a mental institution. My other sister is basically insane. My mother has unexplained illnesses that are slowly killing her. So I've got a lot of motivation to work on this stuff.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. It's sad that they target families in the way that they do, or it does have that eugenics multi-generation pattern where for one reason or another they'll target whole bloodlines. I've heard that before, and I know that in my case it's very similar to my history. I know my mother's side there's some mental illness, and my father's side's the German side, but it does seem like they're incorporating all of this into like a new transhuman type society that's very complicit in doing what they're doing. It's amazing they've been able to hide it from public information. But at the same time, once you realize how interconnected society is now, then it's almost impossible to imagine there will be a disclosure day. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know when or how. It's clear they've gotten much more refined at preventing whistleblowers.
Yeah.
With a society that's so integrated and interconnected now, it would be very difficult for this to come out in a meaningful way, where you have so many layers of society that are complicit. I really believe that this is a huge collaborative effort nationally and internationally, just like the MK Ultra was originally. where you had all the research universities and hospitals across the United States and in other countries, and then their little networks of doctors and nurses and staff and local policing authority, and then it's just essentially assimilated into a large majority. And I hate to say that is, that it's that way, but based on my experimentation and my experience, it does seem as though we're dealing with a majority or we're approaching like a threshold where there's a large majority parallel society, a complicit majority of individuals who have all joined or assimilated into the ruling class. And if you don't know already, then now you know. And that's probably one of the most difficult things for individuals like myself to accept, is that, you've been lied to your whole life. You were targeted from a young age, and society has continued to evolve. And they've essentially trafficked you your whole life and lied to you and kept you in this matrix. So it sounds crazy. It's kind of flipping the whole targeted individual concept on its head and doing a 180 with it, instead of looking at it as, it's this small, complicit, cultic community or a secret society or the government or the Masons or whatever, and then waking up and then realizing that it's essentially the baseline of modern reality.
Yeah. It's a huge. Go ahead.
If you do like a statistical analysis, and you look at all the targets and all their social media accounts and all of their personal experiences and how interconnected and synchronous their local communities are. And I've mapped out my local community here in the Midwest. I've really pushed the system to its limits, challenged it to push the limits of my cage to see how many people actually knew, how many people were participating. And I almost destroyed myself trying to push back as hard as I could to get as much of a reaction, so I could prove to myself over and over and over again how many people were complicit and how many communities nearby my community were complicit, and from state to state. And then I was able to travel. And then working with Jesse Beltran and all of his work, he's done an extensive amount of work mapping the system, scanning people from around this country and from Europe, and then all the testimonies from around the world. And then just last year, I did a lot of studying. I went back 20 years in all the social media accounts that I could find of all the targets to figure out how long it was going on and what their experiences were, what kind of symptoms they were having. Were they also implanted with the same type of BCI technology? And I could find a lot of information on all the areas that you were saying: China, in India, Japan, Europe, South America, Africa, obviously in America and Canada. And I couldn't find much information on Russia. And so I went there last year. I traveled from where I'm at in the Midwest through international airports, was able to kind of experiment at the airport a little bit, kind of pushed and prodded the system there to see if I could get a reaction. And I did, which was also surprising. And then I got to Russia and stayed for a time in Russia and was able to confirm that they had full interconnectivity in their networks with my remote neural monitoring and modulation, and that they also have a large complicit society of individuals there. So every government, every nation on earth with a large parallel society who's evolved and assimilated and kept a small minority out and asleep. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, you experienced it in Russia too, just as much, huh?
Yeah. I mean, they're highly advanced there, and they've been working on these types of technology. And I think for a time before the Ukraine war, like you were saying, America was collaborating with them through the BRAIN initiatives, both with China and with Russia, So they've developed and because of 9/11, and so it's clear that all governments have agreed to expand this Internet of Bodies, this cyber-physical hive mind that allows humans to be tracked, monitored, and modulated with a large complicit society who also get to enjoy the benefits of the technology. So we're living in a modern age of humankind where BCI and neurotechnologies and this Internet of Bodies network is highly evolved, and where you do have digital twins of individuals and digital twins of cities and of the environment that's live and evolving.
Yeah.
With humans as nodes. Yeah, that's one interesting thing is once you have somebody implanted with this type of technology, you're essentially like this highly advanced sensing node in your environment for the digital twin of the environment, because you're looking out and interacting with your environment. You're placing objects, moving objects, and walking around objects. And so through decoding your biometrics, you can actually map the environment in three-dimensional space, and you can leverage human cognitive processes to decode what a person's seeing, touching, feeling, and interacting with. So a human being can become a sensor node to map the digital twin of the environment.
Yeah. It's funny that that reminds me, like early on in my targeting, once I realized that they were able to see through my eyes, because they were saying things that I was seeing, and I didn't understand at first. I was looking around my apartment for cameras and didn't find any, and then realized, one point I accidentally burned myself with a cigarette lighter, and my V2K screamed as they were talking to me. And it was at that point I started realizing that they were able to completely map out all your senses, including your vision. And when I started to go out and about more, once I was through this like really terrified state, staying in my apartment all the time, I would notice people looking at me constantly. Like they would turn their head, they would turn around from like I'd be on the sidewalk, and like a person would turn around and just stare at me, and I was like. And I just started in my head. I was like, "Oh, it's like you have like a human CCTV camera system. Like it's like you can just use people. You can use people like spies." And at that point they were really pushing. At that point they were still really. The V2K was constantly saying that they were Israeli and this is Mossad. And so I was under the illusion that or a delusion that they were purposefully trying to push on me, that this was like the Israeli government taking over America and all this bullshit. And then it took me a good month to get through that delusion to realize that this is obviously they're using infrastructure all throughout America to do this stuff. So this is way more complicated than one country taking over another country. And once I started talking to TIs, from Japan, from Pakistan, from India, it's pretty obvious that this is going on all over the place, and it's not nearly as simple as that. And this was something that they were trying to turn me into like another one of these unknowing misinformation agents that would go online saying that the Israelis are after them,
Yeah. It's helpful to reach out to those communities. I've also been in contact with a lot of TIs from Japan. They're usually pretty knowledgeable about the technologies and the methodology. As well as the Middle East, there's a lot of victims there, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing when they start to predict. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just saying, it's the New World Order. They just need a scapegoat. It's either the Jews, or if it's not the Jews, it's China, and if it's not China, it's Russia. But they're all kind of going lockstep. I think everything's just hive-minded so much that they need a scapegoat. They'll find whatever works to keep the public, invested in it. It's the Jews now. It's immigrants. It's Russia. It's whatever people can latch on to, so they don't realize it's basically the tech companies and a New World Order. And also to what you were saying earlier about, the why everybody's complicit. It really, I think it all comes down to, or not all comes down to, there are a lot of factors, but there are like 60 5G towers or relays per square mile in a lot of places, and that's not even including like Starlink. And they can do so much with that. I think they can definitely, pacify the public, or at the very least put them in like, I don't know enough about brainwaves, like theta or delta, whatever it is, but they can. I think they definitely use that, because without that, I definitely think there would have been, an awakening, or at the very least, a rebellion, or people would have, realized it's not right versus left, it's the bottom of the pyramid versus the top. But I think definitely with all these towers mixed with our food supply being basically poison, microplastics, which when they reach the brain, they cause brain inflammation, and then, a dozen other things. I think it's definitely led to a very complicit population if they can control them, and I think we're the kind of outliers who can see through it, at least for now. And I think that's, one of the reasons why we're targeted. But I think that's why.
Yeah, you're 100% right, man. I mean, there's a coordinated. I mean, that's one of the things I noticed is there was a coordinated campaign to poison like everybody. I mean, whether you're talking about microplastics or you're talking about endocrine disrupting chemicals, which are like, phthalates and stuff like that, or they've known for decades that stuff, it disrupts the endocrine system, it causes cancer, it causes heart disease, diabetes, a billion different things, lowers the life expectancy. And what do you see every year? It's increased. The amount of EDCs seem to be increased in chemicals. There's no effort to lower them. And then I mean, everything from the new vaccine schedule. I mean, how they, the additives, the adjuncts of the additive vaccines that contain like, mercury and neurotoxins we're seeing now a decrease in our life expectancy across the country. It's going down. We're seeing an increase in cancer, even though they've invested billions in research. There's obviously a coordinated effort to not just make people sick, but to neurally, degrade them, make them dumber overall. And then you have the media and social, the social media aspect of things, addicting people to extremely simplified and quarantined kind of social media forums. So it's a coordinated effort to dumb down everybody. And to lower life expectancy, which makes sense, because they really want to depopulate. They want to make everybody stupid, and there's a strata, which is a hard thing to define, because people really want to go with a scapegoat. I mean, and I fell into it. I was even like, for a little bit, I think I wrote an article about Freemasonry, and their connection to this stuff. But it's not nearly as simple as that. Even Freemasons are basically, way down on the pyramid. They're manipulated as well, and pretty outdated. So it's more of a way more complicated collection of oligarchy, industry, deep state kind of, intelligence communities, military. And God knows what else, that comprises of this, like, I've heard some people call it breakaway civilizations, or, but yeah, it's, they're basically, they're killing off everybody and making them stupid. I mean, that's kind of that's the whole point.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. This is Grace, and I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. I wondered, in your research, if you, in talking to so many TIs, do you have any thoughts or information on there seems to be among our community a lot of people who would consider themselves to have been the scapegoats in their families, which is interesting. I finally looked into it because I kept hearing it. And it's almost like the, what's that word they use, the entrainment process just coming out of a family in that position sets you up to be an easier target. And I didn't know if you've heard anything about that. I guess that's my first question.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the pattern that happens with a lot of people, and it makes sense because they're, with this stuff, they're not just using, it's not like mind control isn't as simple as just telling people what to do. They're manipulating social dynamics. They're manipulating how, it's advanced behavioral psychology. So yeah, they are. I think a reason why they target whole families is because they can really program people psychologically by their upbringing, and then also, they can create somebody that the family won't believe or support in any meaningful way if they are overtly targeted. And yeah, they definitely, I'm kind of drawing a blank, going into I mean, that's the basic rundown of it. Yeah, I mean, you're always gonna have like kind of a black sheep of a family, and whether they just target a family and make it a tumultuous kind of upbringing, and then they just pick whoever is on the lowest rung of the totem pole, and then decide to make them overtly targeted based off of that.
Right.
That could be it, or if it's manufactured, that could be it as well. But
right. Yeah, it's just wow. Yeah, it's amazing. But also, like the percentages of the general population that are informants or perps. I think the statistic back in the times of the Stasi was 1 in 3 or 2 in 3 of the entire population were informants.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was under Soviet Russia. So it's a different circumstance. They were back then there was such a they were so impoverished, and there was even if you had a decent amount of money, you still didn't even have access to like buy like blue jeans because they were like illegal to like import into America. They wouldn't buy American goods or whatever. So like I remember hearing back in the day, like when Russians would come over here, they'd be like, "Oh my God, it's blue jeans," and like it was like, so there were incentives, a lot more incentives back then for people to become informants, and they were also coerced by the state to a level because the state was so brutal. I mean, they literally would just do horrific things to anybody. So there was a lot of incentive just to get on the good side of of the government. And then you have a large portion of people that are impoverished that are just looking for to get some money, or get hooked up with get on the good side of the party so that they would have access to things they couldn't normally buy. So there's a lot more. It was a different. I'd say it's a different dynamic back then, and they didn't have this level of technology now either.
Yes,
and
right.
Like our guest earlier was talking about, now this gang stalking thing is not as simple as they're paying people around you.
Right.
And I always tell people, your family, if your family's turning against you, they're most likely being targeted themselves. They just don't know it. They're not approaching family members and giving them money and stuff like that. It's not that simple. We're dealing with like mostly like rich people or people associated with the military, people associated with it's mostly rich people. I mean, honestly, it's mostly rich people that are privy to this kind of information, and then they have lower tendrils of this kind of breakaway civilization that are basically like mind controlled, like thugs or criminals that they work with to do dirty work
When you say rich people, like what industries, where did they get all their money? What are you referring to? If you
I think it's anywhere from it goes across like the whole thing. I mean, whether you're talking about banking, big tech, I'm getting supplanted thoughts now where they're trying to make me name off all the stuff that Jews control, which is something that they do all the time. I don't want to do that. But basically, any public sector, like any industry, that makes a lot of money, you're going to have, or even people that made a lot of money and went to Harvard or Yale or big universities, part of secret societies or part of fraternities could be brought into this type of a thing. And then obviously anybody that has people from intelligence community families, people from bureaucrat families, people from the military families, they would definitely be candidates to be involved in this stuff. But they're mostly going to be, they're going to be pretty privileged people that have a lot of money and connections that are actually aware of this. And then what I think, from my estimation, is that they employ people that are actually like criminals or drug dealers or people in gangs, thugs that are basically like mind controlled, that they get a little bit of information about what's going on, and they get hired up to get involved. They get little contracts to do stuff.
Oh boy, I think it's so much more complex and intricate in the way they've developed it, and even though it is those things, they know exactly how to operate within the complexity and the intricacy, and how they approach who and what's their profile and what do we say to them. And I mean, I think they've been doing this for so long, It seems to have really perfected not getting caught.
Yeah, it's been an evolving thing over the last, we're talking, 30, we're talking like 50, 56 years of this evolving. So yeah, that's at this point it's pretty, they got a pretty good system worked out. And like the gentleman was saying earlier, as far as things being brought to the public, I was going to respond by saying, like, it's pretty obvious looking at these MK Ultra hearings that's not going to happen. I mean, they're still talking about stuff.
Right.
They're still talking about MK Ultra crap that happened in the 60s, and they can't even get that right. They can't even get that stuff right, and they're not even talking about brain telemetry or anything like that. It was just it was like a little like play that they put on to give people hope.
That's what I was expecting. I didn't expect any more than that. So not a surprise at all.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Wow.
I was as soon as I heard about it, I was like, oh, I bet you anything they're going to talk about a couple different. They're going to talk about Sirhan, and and some other MK Ultra stuff that from 50, 60 years ago, and it's not going to be anything new. And lo and behold, they have they had on some guy that was like an author that wrote about Charlie Manson. The guy was like on like the Joe Rogan show talking about this stuff, like
Oh, I know who you mean. I know that author and that book. Yes, I saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a good.
He was there?
It's a good book, but. Huh?
Yeah. It was. Yeah, I haven't read it, but it sounded like it would be very good and well researched. I saw the guy interviewed. Yeah. So he was in Washington for the thing.
Yeah, I guess he was there. Yeah, he went before the committee or whatever and gave his testimony.
Oh, sorry, that's one of my dogs. Well, gosh, yeah. Thank you. I had more, but I don't want to take up all the time if somebody else wants to ask you something. So thank you, and one day at a time, right? And keep looking up. To where everything is important comes from, I guess, is the only thing I can say, how I make it hour to hour. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Is the other gentleman that was here, that was talking before, is he still here?
Yeah, I was just listening.
Okay. I just want to make sure you have my email, right?
I believe it's the same email that you use for this space, right?
Yeah. Are you in the chat?
Yeah, I'm in the chat.
All right. So I'm just I want to throw it down here because I put up my Gmail sometimes, but anything connected to Google, they mess with a lot with me. So I like to use my Proton mail account. So there's my Proton mail account there. Seems to be a little bit more secure.
Oh no, what's your email? I'm not actually in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, it's just Benjamin Canine at proton.me.
All right, yeah, I'll reach out to you. It's been a really good space. And share those scan reports with you that I have. I think I have three or four, including my own, from two different private contractors, Jonathan Kingston and then Jesse Beltran scans.
And what organization do you say you worked with? What was it? Neuro what Alliance?
So I worked for Ripple Neural, which was it's a subsidiary of BlackRock Neural, which is just a neuroscience company or a tech startup. I've got a background in biomedical engineering and then education over here.
You're not working with any like activist type of group or anything like that for neuro rights or anything?
No, I've been working with Jesse Beltran pretty closely and kind of keeping in contact with him, helping him where I can, but not any neural rights activist.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll be in touch. I've got an organization I'd like to introduce you to, maybe be interested in doing a little bit of work with them, because we always need people like you that actually have an understanding of neuroscience. That can really kind of keep people grounded and kind of focused on how this stuff works, because there's so many type of, like me, like layman, just trying to figure out, neuroscience, which is it's a little bit complicated, and it's good to have somebody like you to talk to.
Yeah, well, I can definitely tell you put the work in, especially to the history and even to the neuroscience. A lot of people don't understand optogenetics the way that you do, and the different modalities that are being utilized and potentially can be utilized. And I agree. It does help for everybody to do their homework, to try to at least break through the first few layers so that it's not as easy to get distracted by some of the misinformation and some of the simple shortcomings that can kind of throw you off. But I'm learning stuff every day. It's something that I have to continually work at and do my homework, read as many IEEE journals as I possibly can to stay up on what's current. And it's difficult because they do try to keep the information from public information. They're not publishing as much as they used to. Yeah. China's publishing more journals now than America's publishing. I think they're intentionally throttling back the research, so it makes it difficult to expose the whole system.
Yeah, I did a ton of reading into the IEEE stuff, but I just found there wasn't a lot of information there. And then when I do more research on these terms and all these different technologies, the things that pop up all the time are Chinese scientists. It's always like Chinese scientists, and it's always
everything was really active up until like 2018, 2020. And then they started segmenting the information into specializations. And so you don't really get a lot of authors talking about the entire construct or the entire system or the evolution of
and then you're basically stuck reading scientific papers, which if you're a layman like me, it's like my brain starts to shut down after a couple paragraphs. I'm like, I can't keep up with this. It's very, very tough to decipher all that stuff because I'm not a neuroscientist.
Yeah, and then it's hard because you're not sure if you're even if you're even researching the right material, and you can spend hours trying to decipher this specific type of device or this specific type of network, and then you don't even know if it's what we're actually dealing with. So it can waste a lot of time, but I try to just push through and generalize as much as I can, get the specifics, map it over to a general understanding of what could be happening, what potential technologies are out there, and then try to eliminate certain technologies because of limitations within them. Like if you learn about piezoelectrics or US genetics versus optogenetics versus other modalities, and what are their constraints, what are their limitations, could this be a covert technology, and how couldn't it be a covert technology?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the first bits of tech I looked into was the UC Berkeley dust mode chip, and looking into, that is, it uses a piezoelectric crystalline structure in order to use ultrasound in order to power it, because that was one thing I was trying to figure out. Like, I had V2K telling me that they had like a charging dock behind my bed and stuff, because I was like, how are you able to power this crap?
With magnetic coupling or ultrasound, or it can, and you can eliminate a lot of things like optogenetics. Did they actually genetically alter your tissues so they can utilize optogenetics? And then what about the light source? Where's the light source? Did they implant that physically or not? Or ultrasound genetics, same thing. Do they actually mutate your genetic tissues so that it can be responsive to ultrasound waves? And then is there an ultrasound transducer or transmitter that's implanted there, Or magnetic coupling? How are they getting you close enough to a magnetic source to charge you? And then you learn about the different bioenergy harvesting systems that are available. And I tend to believe that it's probably a combination of two different type of bioenergy harvesting systems. Backscatter RF, which would be something that could provide a certain level of energy. And then either some sort of electrochemical differential that they're utilizing, or even glucose. They have glucose energy harvesting as well. And they have battery systems, capacitors that can last 5 to 10 years. So it's trying to map these systems out and understand what we're looking at when we get a positive read with the nonlinear junction device scanner, which is a pretty solid method of exposing semiconductors. But then understanding how is the system being powered, and what are its constraints, and how would it work with all the different targets.
And that brings me to one other question, because I had a chance. I talked to Jesse Beltran 2 weeks ago on a call he was on, and I was kind of a little bit aggressive. I mean, not aggressive. I was respecting everything, but
the frequency ranges came back.
Yeah. Well, yeah. How he got the information for the frequency ranges, because like anybody else. Yeah, like anybody else, they gave FCC licenses and they were licensed to So, and then his answer was just about the whether he's saying like he just got that information from his proprietary AI, and that made me even more suspicious. I was like, well, what do you mean by that?
Right.
Like, where did you find you don't have a proprietary AI that can find confidential frequency links to the DoD and NIH for illegal human experimentation. I was a little bit thrown by that. I was really, and by the end of the questions, I brought up zeolite and the independent lab results that I saw from that. Because I'm a little skeptical of the zeolite stuff. At the end of it, he was like, "Well, what's your background? Who are you?" And I got cut off. But but I mean, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to him or put him on the spot. But I mean, there's the only chance I had to talk to him, and he's one of these people that people talk to a lot, and I just
and those are critical questions that critical thinkers like yourself need answers to. It's like, well, where did you get all of these resources for these FCC allocations, and how are you tracking them back to DARPA, DoD, and these specific universities? And I've questioned that as well. And I know he's paying a lot for access to more advanced AI models, and he's probably training them on the data that he's gathering, and then he's probably cross-referencing with databases and and his AI is probably hallucinating to a certain degree. when it brings up these different frequency ranges. Though I do believe that essentially what we're dealing with is probably something similar to what it looks like, but there's no real resources for us to go and verify that.
Yeah.
You would think that we would be able to find, or the AI should be able to tell him what resources it's using to identify.
Like if they were cross-reference, like if the AI was cross-referencing, like, well, they use this spectrum band for this, so that's why I think that they're using it for that. I would have been happy with that answer, but he was like, "Oh, that's our secret AI. I can't tell you." I was like, what? Immediately I was like, well, not only did that not answer my question, but now I'm even more suspicious of you. But I don't know. When I look at Beltran, I've had like half insane TIs contact me and say that Beltran like raped them and don't trust. I know that there's like there's a campaign to discredit anybody that goes against this stuff, so that's why I'm so careful. I never want to throw anybody under the bus or anything like that. And when I look at him, he doesn't look like somebody.
I worry about him.
Piece of shit,
I worry about him too. It's hard to navigate what he's trying to achieve. He's probably one of the key individuals that's doing the best work, and he's closest to actually collecting the evidence and exposing the truth of the system. I think he's closer than most, probably anybody right now in his approach, but he needs to be very careful with what he says and some of the assumptions he makes and some of his contacts that he's associating with. But it's hard to kind of fund his operation, and the Z-Lite thing is, at least he's doing studies where he's actually he has like a experimental class of individuals that they're scanning multiple times as they're taking Zeolite, and hopefully they get some sort of positive results with it. But I'm still skeptical as well. Based on my understanding of the technology, it's not very difficult to change your recipe so that it can't be easily absorbed. But it is also possible that there may be some self-assembling type technology, but I don't think it's the total of what we're dealing with. I think we still have decades of implantable millimeter and nanoscale devices.
Yeah, that's my personal thought is they need like you're saying, a gateway, like a master implant that can basically interact. Even if you're dealing with nanotech through the body, all my research into like using magnetic nanoparticles or whatever, there's always like an implant that's nearby that has to kind of process that information and have the ability to transmit and receive. So my personal hypothesis there is that there and just by the it definitely seems like this technology, like we're dealing with several different types of technology I think several different types of technology, and it seems like the target individual people that are experiencing like this extreme stuff where for me, they could move my limbs, they could force speech, all that stuff. I think that requires some bit of hardware. It's my personal theory, like you said, that I think most of us were implanted when we were children.
And that's where my model is based on all of the research that I've done with existing technology that has some sort of first principle fundamental that relates back to neuroscience technologies and networking technologies. And everything I've mapped with Jesse, it exposes a very elegant wireless body area network where the node placements are perfectly ideal to give you almost system-wide coverage. Like I have 3 nodes in my spine, one in my cervical, one in my thoracic, and one down in my lower lumbar sacral, as well as genital implants directly. And if you think about spinal implants, it's like the roots of a tree. They give you access to record like body-wide. If you have a node in the cervical spine near the brachial plexus, and you cover that area, then you're essentially covering the full upper body. You can record from the arms, the hands, and all of the muscle groups and sensory peripheral cells that are coming or feeding through that area. So I think they're targeting branch points and trigger points. and that's where they're placing the nodes because it gives them the most broad coverage without having to like implant every nerve.
Right.
And then they're able to record from and modulate the somatosensory system with just like putting in 3 different arrays in ideal locations in the spine. And then I think the cranial nerves are covered at the branch points or the roots so that they can put like almost like a coupler or a array right in that area, and then they get full coverage of your of everything downstream from that branch. What they want you to itch your nose or itch your eye, they don't put the actual electrodes in those areas. Those are located back in the trigeminal nerve. At the base. And that's where we're seeing positives come up with these nonlinear junction device scans in that TMJ region, which is right there near the forking point of the trigeminal nerve. And it's easily implantable from a dental operation. I think genitals are being covered in 2 different locations. So, like, I think they're targeting the sacral spine, pudendal nerve, and then just essentially injecting a bunch of nanomaterial or arrays in that area that communicate to a proxy relay node or gateway node located in the hip typically. And that's what we see with medical grade implants is you always have, it's very common to put a gateway node right in the hip because it sits peripheral and it's above the muscle and above the bone. And it gives you a secondary gateway or coordinator that is not always blocked with a tinfoil hat,
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's why I see a lot of TIs getting tortured. They wrap their abdomen in tinfoil or put a saucepan on their head, and these people torturing them they'll make it seem as though it's working for like a week, so they're walking around like that.
I think that's why I think they have 2 gateways at least, and one's low and one's high, and there's an intra-body communication layer, like at those lower frequencies we're talking about, as well as those nodes are coming up dual band in my case. So they have 2 antennas, one that operates at like the sub 100 megahertz. And the cool thing about sub 100 megahertz is it also utilizes the body communication layer, which is like your body's biofield, people call it. But it's essentially your body has special conductive properties at those lower megahertz. And so signal at those frequencies can travel readily through the body really easily. It uses your body's electrochemical composition to propagate those RF energies outwards. So the intra-body communication can easily communicate with other nodes and other gateways. So if you cover up the head, say there is a gateway in the head or the base of the skull, and someone covers that up, then the body reroutes to the second gateway at the hip, and it utilizes the intra-body communication layer, those lower frequencies, to reroute signal out through the secondary gateway.
Okay.
And then say if you blocked your lower body for some reason, it would do the opposite. And then if you look at my map specifically, I have kind of like the central nodes that are located at key neurological structures at the base of the skull, in the spinal column. And then there's these peripheral relay nodes on the outside of my body. So it kind of gives the body, it gives good redundancy symmetrically, top to bottom redundancy. If a gateway is blocked in the top, there's a secondary gateway in the bottom. And then if the body's bending or moving in a certain way, then the signals can be rerouted out and around the body. So there's intra-body communication, and then there's body surface communication. So signals can easily travel from one node out into the air and then back down to another node. So it's kind of an elegant system. If you study wireless body area networks, they have certain constraints in designing these networks. Body position, body movement can be a problem for certain communication frequencies. And that's why they designed the network to have this symmetrical redundancy. so that signals can propagate through and in and around the body, and there's no data loss to those gateways or relays. But yeah, I agree with you. You know, the different BCI technologies have specific constraints, whether it's like the magneto-electroparticles in N3 or optogenetics or ultrasound genetics. There's a lot of things that you have to consider.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept, that there'd be two gateways.
Yeah, I think there's redundant gateways, I would imagine. And then each of those gateways have multi-bands. They have to have radios and antennas that communicate with the network in the body. And then they have to have the front ends, the antennas, and the radios to communicate with the infrastructure outside of the body. And then gateways are, I would imagine, larger in most medical-based systems. And logically, for what we're discussing, if you want highly synchronous neurodecoding and the ability to modulate and do everything with such high levels of timing or synchronicity, then I imagine that those gateways probably have more electronics or semiconductors, microprocessing units or controllers. They obviously have more antennas and a larger front end or radio. And that's my specific target, is I'm very hopeful that we're dealing with kind of the classic topology of these networks, and that they operate on first principles of physics. And that if we can figure out where they're located and what frequencies they're located on, targeting gateways is a much safer way to destroy or deactivate the system. And so I've been kind of researching how we would approach that in a safe way, causing minimal collateral damage if you were to.
Yeah.
Obviously, surgically extracting those gateways would be the best, and making sure you got both gateways, at the most 3 gateways. And then you could shut the system down. But it is about like utilizing SDR radio, and then you're going to have to deal with a level of encryption potentially. So I imagine that the signals that's coming into the body is an encrypted signal, and the signal that's leaving the body to the network's probably encrypted. So the gateways likely has larger processing units that can do encryption there locally. But the other thing that's fascinating is that the nodes that are downstream, the peripheral nodes that are doing the biometric decoding or getting your EEG signal, it's possible that they are smaller nodes that don't have the ability to encrypt. And so you might be getting raw signal data somewhere in that communicating track from the peripheral nodes to the gateway node. So there is potential for man-in-the-middle attacks or ethical IoT hacking methodology that could be used at the physical layer to capture those signals, the raw signals, and to be able to decode them or demodulate them. And that should be pretty straightforward at that level. But once it gets encrypted, it becomes much more difficult. Once it gets to the gateway and those signals become encrypted, it's much more difficult to capture the data and then decode and demodulate the data. But
yeah,
so
wouldn't that be crazy? Would be encrypted.
Yeah, I don't think so though, because like you have to have even larger implants that have the ability to have larger processing units. And if all the technologies we're discussing here, if you're talking about magneto-electroparticles from N3 or piezoelectric or fucking optogenetic, that some layer, those signals, I would imagine aren't encrypted. And it's possible that if they really did do genetic modification to individuals and they're using optogenetics, God forbid, then they would have an optical transceiver that has the ability to emanate light and to receive light. And then maybe at that point they would have a large enough processor if they wanted to make that a gateway node. They could do encryption at the brain there. But, we're talking about multiple nodes placed around the body at multiple cranial nerves and at the cortex and in the spine. And, they're not all connected with wires. They're connected through the human body communication layer, utilizing frequencies and digital signals.
So would they have some type of like how would you connect to them? Do they have their own MAC ID? They have their own
So there's likely it's probably some sort of numbering identification system that is unique, and you can also utilize unique frequencies to communicate between different nodes. They may have their own unique frequencies that live inside a certain bandwidth that's limited by the type of antenna and radio front end they have. So what I'm imagining is that for the peripheral and the relay nodes, it's a dual band system, 2 antennas with a dual band antenna radio, and all of those nodes probably have the same antenna, but they're set to different channels so that you don't get collisions in traffic, digital traffic. And they may even utilize the lower frequency for a clock, a synchronizing clock, and for a wake-up cycle. That's the signals that go and tell the implants to activate and start transmitting data. It's probably a highly efficient system, so you're not always on, always transmitting. So you have to kind of orchestrate the system to operate the most efficiently. So the lower frequency is probably the modulation scheme in combination with the clock. And then within that digital packet, it probably has electrode assignments. It goes to this number node, and that node has 32 electrodes, and it says electrode 18, modulate with this modulation scheme for this many seconds. Simple data, binary.
Yeah.
And then recording is the same thing. This number node, this number electrode. The larger gateways probably have MAC addresses. I know I've heard rumors of corpses submitting MAC IDs and shit like that.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
So it's possible that they're using identifiable addresses. But this is all things that need to be, we need to weed this out. And you can get a lot of information even with encrypted data. In fact, you can even reverse engineer a wireless body area network based on the type of data packets that are coming through and the specific timing and frequency of those data packets, because certain BCI interfaces have certain characteristics in how long they're transmitting, the frequency of transmission, and so you can actually do an RF fingerprinting and reverse engineering of that system. And the beauty with AI now is if you can get the IQ data, and you can run that IQ data through an AI that you customize to do RF fingerprinting to help you map what you're seeing, and then you can start to approach different demodulation schemes. And if it's unencrypted, you may be able to utilize one of the many modulation schemes to approach decoding.
Yeah, the problem is we need to find people like that. We need to find, it's I feel like they're killing off or mind controlling, white hat hackers and people like that. Or, it's just
anybody that has a strong potential to expose the system, and if they are not going to get into the system, then they'll just Havana syndrome them. They'll destroy their brain.
Yeah.
And they have all sorts of methods of keeping people sick and in a continuous state of fight or flight. Much of, I'm sure you understand, their psychological warfare or cognitive warfare approach is designed to keep people in a continuous state of fight or flight, and to do as much as possible at breaking their ego, breaking their executive function, their higher function.
Oh yeah.
And they'll do any number of things to disable individuals to make them no longer a threat.
Well, there's that level of targeting. But I mean, I know, I see higher functioning people that seem targeted, like my brother. I mean, he's a associate director at Raytheon. And I mean, when I told him about my targeting, I mean, he was just basically was like, oh, wow, that's messed up, and like, I went into the whole thing about implants and, the UC Berkeley decimal chip, all this stuff. He was like, yeah, well, I can maybe hook you up with like a special investigator, but like I sign NDAs here at Raytheon, and I don't work on that side of things, he said like on the dark side of Raytheon. I don't work on the dark side of Raytheon. So, and I've got a family, so I can't get involved. And like, I don't know, like I feel like they take geniuses, some of them that they want, and they neuromodulate them to an extent where they'll just be useful to them and not really be interested in anything else that's going on. Because like he's a good guy, and like that response was just so bizarre to me.
Yeah, they I mean, it's I really think this is the greatest conspiracy in the history of humanity, where humanity is kind of we're at a turning point or an inflection point where we're now evolving to the next phase or era of humankind, to the post-human era, where we're integrating technology into our bodies and minds. We're connecting ourselves to each other. So it's kind of the pinnacle of industrial age 4.0, society of 5.0, or transhumanism. And this was how humanity has decided to evolve, to do it covertly, and to only let certain people in, and certain people understand the technology and get to benefit from it, while there's this huge non-consensual class of humans across the globe that are being utilized for public sport, entertainment, experimentation.
Human trafficking.
That's human trafficking. Yeah, it's I think a little bit about what one of your other listeners was saying. I understand that we're not living in the Soviet system, but as far as parallel societies go, like the Stasi or the SS or the OSS here in the United States, how parallel societies evolve, how they assimilate through pyramidal assimilation, and then the amount of time that's occurred since the the advent of these programs back in the 1960s and 70s. You have to imagine that's given society many decades to assimilate a large complicit class. And it may have started with all of the elites, the oligarchs, technocrats, state and federal authorities. But even if you extrapolate that out a few decades, and look at how MK Ultra started, every big university and university hospital nationally was involved at some level. And there was a whole community of doctors, nurses, and families and local authorities who were very much aware of what was going on. And I kind of think that this is how the parallel society has assimilated over many decades now, through individual assimilation, word of mouth, families participating, private corporations participating, and now with the level of technology that's being utilized and leveraged, it's a rather large parallel society. So we really are facing one of the largest conspiracies in the history of humanity.
Yeah.
The evolution of
That was
a lot.
That was
it's a lot to think about.
When I came to understand the extent of what they could do after I figured out a good amount of it, and then they showed me the rest basically. I was like, wow, this is way more powerful than than the discovery of the nuclear bomb or anything like that. I mean, this is obviously going to be something that could take over the world, I mean, not just take over a country, but take over the entire population, and give people the power, of feeling like they're God anyway. But they often want to make you say, oh, it gives them the power of a god or something, but only God has the power of God. But yeah, they have the ability to manipulate anybody, and it would be the most closely guarded secret ever. And it came from one of the most, sneaky, underhanded and brutal intelligence organizations ever. I mean, the CIA, and they've done a very good job of like, I mean, they even had my mother, they had my poor mind control mother buy me a book. And she goes, Ben, you should read this, and it's called Legacy of Ashes: The History of the CIA. It's written by Tim Weiner, this dude from New York City, and it's just like it's just talking about how they just the CIA fucks up everything, and they're just like this ineffectual organization. They've done such a good job of hiding that they can do anything. Like, oh yeah, we just mess up all the time and we don't know what we're doing. When in reality they figured out the ability for mass mind control, the ability to turn somebody into a Manchurian candidate. It's they've done a very good job of hiding their tracks. But yeah.
That's what I think the beauty. That's the beauty of the system. I think is hiding in plain sight. It's not trying to sneak around like they did with MK Ultra and burn documents. The key was assimilating a complicit class and setting up the stage and controlling the information in PSYOPs to justify the utilization of the system to convince people to come into the fold, to see the logic of Delgado, of the psychosocialized society. And all they had to do was show them the darkest side of human beings. So it's, 9/11, the Cold War, it was easy. During the Cold War, it was really easy because everybody was terrified of nuclear bombs and the Soviets and the communists. And so it was easier to justify doing these things and experimenting on human beings. And then after the end of the Cold War, then 9/11 hit. And then you have all of these mass shootings and all of these justifications for having this safety net, this parallel citizen soldier society that have been able to open up the inner workings of human beings. And what are you going to find when you open up Pandora's box? You're going to find endless justification for a system like this, the ability to remotely monitor, modulate, and traffic. There's no end to the evil in the world and to the things that this system has shown the parallel society. That it's like they could never turn away from what they've done or what they've seen, and the idiocracy of the world.
And it's spiraling into an unimaginable evil that can be hidden extremely well. And I think everybody talks about the Epstein file stuff, and that's just kind of the scratching the surface of, I think, what's going on. Because even him, he was in his emails, which are ridiculous. That anybody thinks this guy's a mastermind. Like, his emails are written like he's a brain damaged second grader. But yeah, I mean, even them, they're talking about vaccinating the vagus nerve and how that's so important, and meeting with neuroscience professors, setting up VR headsets, devices, little stations, and talking about transcranial magnetic stimulation. So they seem to be aware of this stuff, but even then, it seems like rudimentary compared to what's really going on. They were trying to emulate something that other people were doing, but it's there's a lot of real evil going on, and unfortunately we're right in the center of it, and we're aware of it. So that's why I try to keep the activism going, and I look forward to talking to you in the future. I really want to maybe we can work on something together, and I want to try and introduce you to a neurorights foundation, neurorights organization that I've been talking to, and maybe we can get some of this information to them, because there's some pretty educated people there, but we tried hosting a neurorights conference here in Boston. We invited some people from BlackRock. They rented a whole theater, and like 4 people showed up. It was brutal. It was nuts. But I still got to I volunteered there and got to meet some good people. It's tough, man. This is
I'll reach out to your email and we can get together. The neural rights groups, it is tough, and I'm a little bit disappointed, and I follow a lot of the main influencers and individuals that speak of cognitive liberty and neural rights, such as Nita Farahani and Raphael Yusta from Canada. And I don't know if they're asleep or what. It seems like Nita Farahani, who wrote an incredible book called The Battle for Your Brain back in 2023, and she was one of the main individuals globally who's been warning about the potential misuse of this type of technology, and she's advocating for constitutional level changes to protect people's cognitive liberty and neural rights, and that if we don't act now and address these issues, that we're going to be living in a very different world in the future. And obviously we're already living in that world, and we're exposed. But some countries have started to work, like Argentina, Spain, Canada, and a few states have adopted neural rights legislation. So it does seem like there's slow progress, and some countries are more aggressive than others, but it typically only kind of protects people from consumer-grade technology, and it doesn't really create like the constitutional framework that would be necessary to stop what's happening.
Yeah, and it's just, I feel like, when you said Jesse Beltran actually had some implants that he was, holding on to, and they're keeping a secret for future court cases?
Yeah, so he's had a few individuals that have gone all the way through extraction. I think the Bonnie Kellerby case is one of the more notable ones, where she was actually able to get extraction, and they kept chain of custody, and then did laboratory necropsy of those implants, and they discovered nanotech or semiconductor technology. And then I believe he has someone that's going under surgery sometime this month for extraction, and hopefully they can keep chain of custody on those implants and something comes out of it. The problem is most people that have made it all the way through to the end usually settle out of court, so there's never anything that comes out legally that would provide protection for other people. So it's kind of a hard process of getting doctors who are willing to do surgery and then keeping good chain of custody. It seems like there's so much corruption.
That's what drives me crazy. Is I can't imagine going through this, and I imagine the people that get this stuff taken out of them and settle, they must not have family that's targeted, because I can't imagine taking a settlement like that. Like it's just wild to me. It's wild to me that they would take a settlement and just turn their back on all these people being tortured and just be like, oh, good luck. I got, in
many cases, I'm not sure what the discussions are at that level, but I don't know if this system will ever allow for exposure to occur.
Yeah.
I think there's pretty deep corruption at every level of government and within private society that's protecting the secret and a highly complicit.
Hey, can I add a comment to that? Can I add a quick comment?
Please.
Yeah. What gentleman just said, I find that very hard to believe. Like, let's say 30, 40, 50 people, whatever number, settle out of court, right? So that means what happens? So none of them will ever speak. I mean, things have happened. People can't speak. This happens all the time. I seriously doubt this settling out of the court thing is legit. This is just my opinion based on what I know.
No, I don't actually know any of the numbers. I don't really know how many people have gone through.
I know what you're saying. I don't understand. What I'm saying is,
and I would hope they wouldn't. I would hope that they wouldn't settle out of court.
That's not even the point.
Because
what I'm saying is
that's
the whole idea. But my friend, let me finish. I'm not saying my whole thing is that this whole thing about settling out of court is, in my opinion, is made up to encourage other people to go get scans. Like, I see on the other call, we know people got millions, but they're in the gag order. Gag order? If they're in the gag order, how do you know that they settled for millions? Somebody's talking, right? I have heard this on so many other TI moderators saying, scans happen and Jesse and this person won the court and then he has to settle and he has a gag order, but you know about it. So that already tells us this is all crap, all made up stuff just to keep the scan process going. But I could be wrong. I go back and mute. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying too. There's a lot of fear about scans, that it's a scam, and most targeted individuals are so financially compromised at the point they start waking up to this that to think about spending any extra money on scans is unimaginable. I just from my perspective, I really fully wholeheartedly believe that what we're dealing with is implants, and that's based on my experience working in neuroscience, being educated in biomedical engineering, and my first-person experience with the type of technology being utilized on me and its capabilities. And then just through experimentation and understanding that this has to be, I've got multiple scans, so I have proof, but this is where the technology is going. This is what the Holy Grail is to create these implantable devices that intimately interface with the nervous system, giving those people with the remote, powerful levels of control. And I wish that Jesse didn't charge anything for scans. If I could afford to get the equipment myself and then to get certified in the same way that he's certified, then I would definitely be trying to scan as many people as possible, because what I know there's targets out there that have been in this program for many decades, and all we have to do is find the larger implants and get them extracted and then show the proof. That's the only legitimate path to exposing the program is the path that Jesse Beltran is approaching this by, is getting extraction,
so on that note,
keeping in custody, but it's...
Good point. I'll let you finish, then I'll add my comment. Go ahead, please. Sorry about that.
No, but I hear what you're saying.
No, I have another comment, but I'll wait for you to finish.
Yeah. So I've been scanned by two different contractors, John Kingston here in Utah, and then Jesse Beltran. And I've been lucky enough to work with them multiple times to get multiple scans. And but it's a process. I don't think that there's a promise of settlement that's being utilized to entrap people into getting scanned. But I know there's a lot of resistance in our community because most people can't afford it. And either you believe completely that it's done externally, or you believe everybody's implanted. So what's the point? And if we can't get doctors who are willing to do extractions, it's a process in and of itself to convince a doctor to go into the nervous system and remove foreign material. And so that's a delicate dance because most doctors would never dream of doing that unless you have specific symptoms that would justify surgical extraction. So it is a battle that we're in, but I know the evidence is there. I know that there's hundreds of individuals that have older implants that are larger that could be pulled out and be shown to be these big physical implants, like a smoking bullet, a smoking gun. That's what we need. It's just a matter of getting enough people in there and finding the right doctors willing to do the extraction. But it is a process, and the financial problems are legitimate for most targets because they don't crank up the volume of your torture until they've completely entrapped you. They typically slowly, progressively increase the psychological warfare, and they entrap you into financially compromising yourself. And by the time you wake up and realize what you're dealing with, it's already too late. I'm in a very similar situation myself.
So can I add my 2 cents to that when you're done?
No, please take as much time.
So fortunately, with the grace of God, financially, I'm in a very, very secure position. Like I'm well off. So that's not an issue for me. But I have not gotten scans done. But this is what I was going to say. I am telling you exactly. I heard Jesse say this more than once. A TI asked Jesse a question on Gaji's call. I don't remember the exact question, but I remember the answer was that Jesse said, I scan for frequencies around you. I cannot tell you have implants. And then he says, if you want to find out you have implants, you have to go see a medical professional. I'm not a doctor. On top of that, he says, now everyone, TI, non-TI, any age group, you can pick up random person on the street, somebody from Senate, everybody has same scans result. Whoever he scans, it doesn't matter you are TI or not. You could be 4-star, 5-star general. When he says everybody, that includes them too. Everybody has scan results. Just based on that, I'm not a lawyer, but it tells me this scan does not hold any ground in any court. Because
no, listen, it's not the scan itself. I mean, when he says he's scanning for frequencies, he's scanning to see if there is a frequency coming off you, so he can locate, I mean, that's the indicator that there's an implant. I mean, that's how that's how a nonlinear junction. Oh wow, they're hitting me hard. Junction scan works. So so I mean, that's what he was talking about when he says that. But yeah, I mean, is it going to be evidence you can use in a court of law? No. What he's doing is he's trying to locate the implant and then possibly have it removed, and then be able to have a chain of custody, and then you can have a lawsuit. That's where you can have a lawsuit. But even then, I have questions as to, I mean, if it's just a extremely small implant, how can you trace it to anybody to actually sue? That's my next question. If it's just this tiny implant, I mean, what are they going to put some type of identifier on it where they can actually trace it? And then you could go back to this proprietary AI that he's set up that might be able to track frequencies that were coming off of it to prove that it's being used by a certain institution. And even then, I'm very skeptical about that. And then, on top of that, anybody that's done this has supposedly taken settlements where they signed an NDA. So we can't even confirm that there was even a settlement. So, yeah, I mean, there's obviously a ton of, I mean, I can't, take it.
Ben, Ben, maybe I'm not, what my point was this, and maybe you may think differently, maybe I'm not thinking it correctly. What I thought when he says, everyone, does not matter you are TI, non-TI, have the same results when he scans. So just that particular two statements I'm talking about that he already said. Anyone he has scanning, so that's to me a red flag.
But I don't think it's anyone. I think he's found that everybody that's targeted or experiencing Havana syndrome is coming, for the most part, is coming up positive, but he's also done scans
and hold on one second.
of random citizens, and he's also
hold on one second.
I don't think everybody is coming up positive.
This was a gentleman before.
But
hold on one second, sir. This was a gentleman before. You sent me the picture of the Silent Night that you had, right?
No. I mentioned to you. I remember. I'm sorry. I mentioned to on the other call because I heard from you.
Yeah, you
Silent Night.
You mentioned it to me, and you sent me a picture.
No, I did not. No, I don't have Silent Night.
Yeah, that was you.
My friend, I'm the guy from Pakistan. You said to me, Assalamu alaikum. You forgot?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. No, I didn't send you anything.
I
never got Silent Night. My friend, why would I lie to you? I'm in program 20 years. I was on the call.
Your accent is not really that Pakistani, to be honest.
So what is it? It's German?
Yeah, there's a slight German sound to it. Yeah.
Okay, so then I work for Hitler. Listen, bro, you talked to me before. You asked me what city.
Maybe it's a little Yiddish. I don't know. I'm not sure.
No. That's fair enough. But let me get back to my point. What I'm saying is, he did not say only those he has scanned. He says everyone who is non-TI.
You did actually send me. You sent me a picture of the.
No, sir, I don't. Okay, so why would I lie?
That was you.
So why would I lie? I'm not afraid of. Why would I lie?
That was you, and you sent me a picture. You sent me a picture of a capacitor. A capacitor with a Silent Night label maker thing on it.
No, incorrect.
A little bit weird.
I know. It's getting weird by the minute. So, if you're okay with my comment, that's fine. If you think it's something you don't want to entertain, I don't have to speak.
I just want to call that out.
All right. And I give you the right. I call you right back on that you're just making things up. You possibly asked somebody up. Maybe he even sounded like me. If I sent something to you, why would I say, oh, no, I did not? Anyway, that's not even the point. You guys continue on. My point was he did not say only TIs. Twice, not once, but twice he said that on a recorded call of Gaji's call. Everyone, including non-TIs, has same frequency results twice. I didn't say that. He said that. Not only I was on the call, multiple TIs were on the call, and so he said that twice, more than once. Okay, that's the only point I had to make. Silent Night, I don't have it. I know you mentioned to me Armando got in trouble, and I did relate that message to the other guy who has a call for shielding, a very technical guy. And even though I don't agree everything with him, but many things I do. His name is
Onionhead.
Yes. So I mentioned to him, I was on your call. I didn't tell your name. Because I was on the other call, and so I heard that the moderator said that he got in trouble. So he says to me, if that's what he said, he says most likely it's true because he personally knows Armand, whatever his name is, and he is a legit TI. And you told me about something called Spark, I think Spark, Gap, Terminator, Emulator, whatever. I told him, he said, yes, that's all true. And he says, then he says, makes sense because some TIs were asking him, hey, we are trying to contact him because some issue with the device, but we're not hearing anything back from him. So he said that might be true, what you said, that he got in trouble with the law for some reason. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
You mentioned that, everyone, even non-TIs, had the frequencies come up, which is true, but I mean, just because someone has an implant doesn't mean they're going to be targeted. The whole point is everyone has this.
I know, what I'm saying is he's in everyone.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I don't believe that everybody he's scanning. I'm pretty sure he does have a good control population of individuals that have not come up positive. He's just noticed that people that are experiencing targeting are coming up positive, and there is.
That's not what he said.
There is a civilian population that are also coming up positive as well.
His exact words were, my friend, those are your words. I'm telling you his word. Well, I know what you're saying. I already know what you're saying. I'm telling you what he said on recorded call. He says, now that he's scanning people non-TI, they all are getting the same frequency results. He didn't say a few of them. It was on Gaji's call, recorded call. You can ask Gaji, hey, when was he on your call? So you can listen to a recording. After that, he sent it again on whose call? I think it was either targeted West call or maybe the Chiefs call. Twice he said that. Okay? So he didn't saying like the way you're phrasing it. His exact words was everybody has scanned who's non-TI, same results. When I heard that, so to me that was a kind of a red flag. I mean, listen, I'm just saying things how I see it. That's all. I mean, I'm okay to that we have difference of opinion. That's fine. Okay, I got to go back on mute. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to call him. I do have his number. I'm going to have to call him. And I don't think, based on my following of his account or my recent contact with him, I know he's found a lot of individuals that are coming up positive that don't have the same symptoms, which he's believing that it's an indication of a larger scale conspiracy. But without a control population, yeah, scanning, clearly he's not doing something right if that's the case. But it's my understanding that it's not everybody there, but there is both an experiencer group that is coming up positive and then a non-experiencing group that's coming up positive. But I don't think it's everybody that's coming up positive. Otherwise, it makes no sense to do the scans. And that's not my understanding of the technology either.
Can I ask who's talking?
Yeah, my name's Ryan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I still believe that the greatest thing that we can do is to continue to do scans and to continue to push for extraction, because it's a legitimate path towards exposing the truth about non-consensual implants. And I know for a fact that is what they're utilizing. They are utilizing BCI implanted technology with a large population of people to connect them to this Internet of Bodies and to do remote neural monitoring.
Hey, Ryan, I might have missed it earlier because I was tuning in and out. But for the implants, do you think it's like self-assembled nanotech, like possibly from vaccines, or are they actual physical implants that you suggest that they're putting into us?
I think for targets that have been targeted for multiple decades, potentially since they were younger, I think throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, they were larger physical implants that were implanted during routine dental operations, surgical operations, and covertly implanted on individuals through sequestering them and sedating them and implanting them. But towards the late 2000s, somewhere around 2018 to 2019, we started making smaller semiconductors that were more easily vectorized you could implant or inhale or ingest, like James Giordano talks a lot about. And the whole N3 program was designed around this concept of non-surgical, non-invasive neurotechnology. And so I do believe we're getting to a point where the technology is starting to get to the point where it can easily be injected or ingested in other forms. But I still believe that for the majority of our population of targeted individuals, most of us have larger implants that are like millimeter scale, maybe some nanoscale, that can be extracted and used as evidence. This
right.
This
I mean, for the ones who got the older side. Do you think it's feasible that the COVID vaccines are part of the new tech and the majority of the new targets or TIs are, they got a new version of that tech?
If you were implanted, sometime after 2020, it's possible that they have more advanced technology. But I still think that for a large majority that was implanted in the early 2000s, we're still dealing with larger interfaces. And there is still a large population of individuals in our group that have these older versions of the technology that can be physically removed and examined and used for evidence. So it's important that we keep trying to scan people and utilize the best RF engineering methodology to track this down and get them extracted. Even though the technology is moving further and further along, most of these systems still operate on first principle, which means they likely have at least one or two larger implants, even if they're using N3 level technology elsewhere. Even N3 technology still requires, like what Ben was saying, it still requires other components in order to operate the system and to do what they're trying to do. Smaller technology and self-assembling technology still has limits, and it still requires relays and gateway nodes to operate the system.
Is it okay if
so you think those
contact you?
relay nodes can be self-assembling? Because they can be guided into place with stuff like Tesla-phoresis. Or like transmitters.
Yeah, I mean, they use magnetic fields to migrate little robotic nanoscale devices throughout the nervous system to get them into place. But from my understanding of wireless body area networks, you still have to have larger relay or gateway nodes to operate those smaller peripheral nodes.
Right. I mean, the reason why I was asking was earlier I was talking to Ben about the white blood clots people are finding as a result of, getting the vaccine. And I was thinking maybe that's part of that might be the new version of the implants. It's self-assembling through the graphene binding with, potentially microplastics in their body, and they can be guided into place to create those nodes. Like I know there's a sync node that's supposed to be around the bladder or stomach area, and the peripheral nodes around the rest of the body.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like there's a high potential that the COVID situation could have been a global deployment of the next level of the technology. But for like I said before, I still believe there's a large population of individuals, especially those who are being tortured and modulated and remote monitored to the level that many targets are, that have larger systems implanted in them that could be potentially removed and used as evidence. That's my position, and that's what I advocate to Jesse for, is that we continue to try to track down these larger nodes and get it removed and follow the chain of custody. The evidence is out there. They've been deploying these systems heavily throughout the 1990s and 2000s. Up until very recently, the technology really didn't exist that they could do the things that they need to do. And even with the nanoscale injectable technology, it still requires certain constraints or gateways in order to operate.
Can I interrupt? So I'm wondering, because I fell asleep for a bit, and as I woke up, I felt a hopelessness. I was listening in and believing and understanding everything that's been said. Basically, there's people who can mind control the entire world, and we need these scans done. Everyone needs to be able to get scanned, and these technologies need to be taken out of our bodies. So part of me feels hopeless. If anyone can be manipulated, then I guess I'm wondering, where do you find your hope?
Yeah, my hope is still with the targeted individual community. The fact that we have individuals who have been experiencing this type of torture for decades prior to the advancement of the technology that can be used to expose the system. If we can find those individuals, locate their nodes, and get doctors to extract larger devices, then you can expose that. You need just a handful of individuals that have larger millimeter scale devices that can be extracted. The evidence can be saved with the proper chain of custody, and then a biopsy analysis can be done to expose the semiconductor material for what it is under a microscope.
And so, besides Jesse, how would you convince a doctor to look for such things, since imaging can be manipulated?
So that's why when Jesse's really good at this too. It's when you set up an individual and you've identified implants and you know the most likely locations, and then you need to expand on the underlying symptomology that would prompt the doctor to do extraction. So depending on the location of the node that you'd like extracted, and I'm hoping that we advocate for gateway locations, or we can at least try to reverse engineer to figure out where those gateways are, then you need to have a list of symptoms that aligns with the justification for extraction, whether that's pain, arthritis, inflammation, or physiological dysfunction in the area of implantation that would prompt the doctor to go in and perform the exploratory necessary to remove that material.
Okay, thank you.
And beyond that, like I will say, never lose hope. I mean, you should always keep a connection to. I mean, I don't want to be like a Christian Bible thumper dude, but having a connection to Jesus Christ really helped me with all this stuff. And understanding that the people doing this are deeply evil, and it really kind of showed me, that there's more to this world than just this idea that we just we live and we die and that's it. There's more to it than that. So I'd find some kind of connection to religion or spirituality that helps a lot.
I just found God. I just started reading the Bible. There's a minister who's actually been targeted and tortured, who has been sort of guiding me, but she's afraid to talk about all this stuff because the people torturing her like to get ideas when she hears from other targets their experiences. So we're just trying to keep it about God, and it's definitely been helpful, I think, to believe that there is a divine protector. I guess patience is a good way of keeping strong.
Yeah, and even having like a connection to like a church or a temple or wherever you go, it gives you social connection, which is extremely important. That's one of the things that they do, is to try to isolate targets, isolate them from their family, from loved ones, and the church or having some type of community. I mean, even if you just join like a bowling league or something like that, where you can talk to people and not be isolated, it helps a lot to alleviate the psychological torment that they're trying to do. We're social animals. We're meant to be around people. I think that's why they really tried to push the I would say the illusion that more people are involved in this than actually are, because they want you to mistrust everybody. They want you to not have any they want you to just assume that people around you are all not to be trusted and stay away from them, which is really detrimental to your mental health. So any type of social connections you can hold on to is extremely important, and going out and doing novel things, doing interesting things to increase your neuroplasticity, and give you stimulation is really important.
Could I ask Ryan a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a couple of us that would like to contact you. Is that okay? Is there a way to contact you?
Yeah. You can reach me through my email address, which is it's freedomalliance.farrell@gmail. That's freedomalliance.farrell@gmail.com. Or you can contact me through my LinkedIn account is Ryan David Farrell.
Okay, great. Thank you. And how do you spell your last name? Is it two L's?
It's two L's. Farrell.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Well, the wife has told me that I'm no longer allowed to speak for tonight, so I'm gonna leave the line open. And Ryan, I hope to hear from you later. And just want to wish everybody a good night. And I'm gonna leave the line open. So you guys feel free to talk. But yeah, I gotta get to bed. I got work in the morning. So you guys have a great night.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, Ben. Thank you. Thank you for having this space and for everything you're doing for the community.
Yeah, and thank you too, man. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night. Love you all. Stay safe.
Yeah, to the woman that said she felt and she woke up with that feeling of hopelessness, we all have a narrative going on in our head, whether it's the V2K or our own, and we really have to be aware of that. And so when you start getting feelings like this, feeling hopeless, feeling sad, feeling depressed, you have to take control of that narrative that's going on in your head. And, you can start with self-affirmations. And just remind yourself that you're still here, you're still alive. You've been experiencing all this for who knows how long already, some of us decades, some of us years. And so many people have succumbed to all this. A lot of people have ended up taking their own lives or turned to drugs to cope with it and, ended up losing their lives. But we're all still here standing. And these people doing this to us, they have access to trillions of dollars worth of exotic weapons, and we're still here breathing. We're still here finding ways to laugh and smile every day and love our neighbors. So just remind yourself of how powerful you are, and don't ever forget that.
Sometimes it's a little, I appreciate the encouragement, and not to disparage the importance of self-affirmations, but sometimes it really is more than just a narrative. I mean, sometimes it really is like objective financial sabotage or relationship sabotage. I mean, or just, death by 1,000 cuts. But not to disparage your encouragement.
You're absolutely right. That's easier said than done. And everything that you just mentioned, I've experienced myself. I've almost been homeless a few times, and I've been able to dig myself out of it. They separated me from my wife, lost my family, and I can go on and on, just like we all can, but I'm still here, and I have to remind myself of that every day. And if anything, it's made me feel more confident in myself, the fact that I've been able to endure this, and not only endure it, but to thrive through it, become a stronger and better version of myself, despite all these things happening to me. And I know it's the same for everyone else. It's a matter of perspective. You can't change the situation you're in, but you can always change your perspective on it. So if you focus in on the good stuff, there's way more positive things that you can be grateful for than all the negative stuff happening. Not to take away from any loss or, any hardships that you might have experienced, but
there's two sides to it. The glass is neither half full nor half empty. It's both, and we just can't lose sight of seeing the other side of it.
Yeah, I know. I think it's really important that we have spaces like this because even though many of us have gone through extensive amounts of loss, much of the pain and suffering that we endured, we could prevent in other people's lives if we can find individuals who are just waking up and give them the information they need to understand what they're going through, so that they don't go through the same destructive processes. I think that goes a long way. I know that if I had this type of community when I first started experiencing these things, it's why it's so important that we continue to reach out to try to find people who are just waking up, so that they know that they're not alone and they don't fall into the same self-destructive habits or traps that can be laid in front of them. I'll also say that there's a lot of hope in the field of cognitive liberty. A lot of academic and political leaders around the globe who are fighting to get cognitive liberty worked into their nation's constitution, and even here in America. So the threat of these technologies and the violations to an individual's autonomy and human rights is very well known.
It's Ryan. It sounds like I joined the call late, and I haven't heard everything that you all were discussing. But it sounds like you do not believe that the organized stalking is just a perception issue. I mean, some moderators and some people with high profiles in the community do believe or have described it as a perception issue. It sounds like you think that it's a very dynamic parallel society where the organized stalking is perpetual and very plugged in, that it's not a perception issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a very articulate way of expressing my opinion. Absolutely, I truly do believe that we are dealing with a large assimilated parallel society of citizens, not just authorities, who've been given access to the technology and to the network that is evolving. It's not hard to see how the Internet of Body and cyber-physical human systems are evolving. It's a very natural progression into the next phase of humanity. So I really do believe there is a large complicit parallel society of individuals, all the way down to the citizen level, that is very much awake and aware of this technology.
Yeah.
So essentially,
Yeah, I see it as like basically they're silos of information across the spectrum, and so the useful idiots, the useful proxy stalkers in the streets may not be aware of the full, may not, and likely are not informed of the full range of what we're going through, but it's just but they have their place in the grand game, and so in the silos of information, it seems are really, it's important, I think, to maintain these different silos, not just for plausible deniability, but also for overall propagandistic purpose.
Yeah, some people describe it as the biodigital convergence or the next phase of human evolution, but it seems as though our government and governments around the world have decided to deploy these technologies into the population, and through some type of assimilation mechanism, they bring people in, and the parallel society gets larger and larger. And there's any number of justifications or interpretations for why it is the way that it is, and for the necessity to have a system like this. And like me and Ben were discussing, America has a long history of advocating for these types of programs, dating back to eugenics before World War II and after. And with Delgado's and other scientists that were involved in MKUltra, their understanding or advertisement of a psycho-socialized society, and then national intelligence agencies throughout the Cold War, 9/11, terrorism, the requirement for a civilian public safety net utilizing technology to its fullest capabilities to protect the American population, and then international collaboration through the development of the BRAIN Initiative, black budget programs, and multiple generations of psychological operations to justify building predictive models and above Palantir level internets of bodies and smart cities that are highly capable, flexible systems. But a system that operates this internet of bodies is, I believe, that above a Palantir level of compute and predictive modeling capabilities. I believe it incorporates large data centers. A lot of people talk about fusion centers and data centers, but absolutely they're mapping all of you into a digital twin, and not only your digital twin, but the gang stalking or perpetrating class or parallel society, whatever you want to call it, they're all consenting members of the same system, openly providing their data, their location, their biometrics to the same system that is self-optimizing. It's a massive human data set, the largest biometric data set in the history of humanity. And that's what AI needs to feed on. It needs raw environmental data and biometric data, EEG data, behavioral data is the richest data set that you could imagine. And it's not hard to see how IoT systems work. They create digital twin representations of humans and machines and the environment, and then they create a live digital twin of the environment itself, and that feeds into a large data set that can be utilized for advanced predictive models, tracking and predicting behavior before it happens. And then, of course, there's a feedback loop, so they're influencing the targets to force them down a specific path of behavior that is even more predictable, so it's optimizing. So raw predictive modeling is extremely powerful by itself, but then to be able to feed back into the system and influence the subjects within the experiment, the system becomes even more optimized for a sixth generation warfare, swarming behavior, which is essentially what gang stalking is coordinating individuals and groups across a large domain in space and time for cognitive warfare, which is kind of what the parallel society celebrates. It's why you get all of these kind of emergent socialized behavior where they get rewards for coordinating with each other, synchronizing with you, and kind of increasing your level of hypervigilance and stress. Some people you refer to it as adrenochrome or loosh, but essentially it's just the kick that they get, the dopamine drip that they get when they've successfully performed a swarm type behavior on an individual. And then they're watching your biometric responses in real time, remote neurally monitoring you, and then optimizing for the next game. And they've done this to thousands of individuals across society for, decades now. So they're kind of optimizing. I refer to the parallel society as experiencing the sociological phenomenon of mass formation psychoses, where they're like intoxicated with the power and the technology that's been given to them, and now we're seeing these sociological phenomenon such as Milgram's study or the Stanford prison experiment, where they've been given unequal distribution of power and liberty over a minority class of individuals, and now they've gamified the system, and that's one way the system continues to evolve. They teach their children, they interact with each other utilizing the same network technology to perform these operations, to mess with a person's perception of reality so that they can push people to different psychological breaking points to see how they could bend perception and reality for that individual when there's an unequal distribution of knowledge and unequal distribution of power, when you have access to a person's remote neural feed as well as the ability to modulate them remotely.
Oh, do you think that? Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Do you think that so the phrase "useful idiot"? I think that's a Stalinist phrase from like Stalinist Russia. The idea of mobilizing the ordinary citizen or ordinary person to not just mobilizing but manipulating them to a devious end. So do you think to use the phrase again, useful idiot would be informed of the full, the full enchilada or burrito of stuff, or do you think that it's just that they're just kind of a widget in the game? Because the way you're describing it, go ahead.
Yeah, finish your thought.
No, it sort of sounds to me like, but maybe I'm misconstruing it. It sort of sounds to me like you're thinking that they are all on the same page and that they are privy to, to similar readouts of biometric this or that. And I don't know. Like, is that right, or maybe I misconstrue?
First of all, I'd kind of like to point out one theory in all of this, irregardless of how much information or what their unique understanding is for the usefulness of the system. Ultimately, the aim of 5th and 6th generation warfare is to control the behavior, beliefs, loyalty, and actions of your population, not only your enemy or your adversary, but your domestic population. That's more important. And so you can kind of view our class of individuals, the targeted individuals, as being kind of the bait for creating an advanced system in order to control the parallel society, because they're the ones that are exercising the usefulness of this coordinated, interconnected society. And it's almost like exercise, where you can utilize targets as feedstock, as enemies, as monsters within society, or as entertainment, in order to exercise the ability of a highly advanced, interconnected Internet of Bodies. And then the society kind of has evolved and become highly socialized. As far as like the knowledge, I think there's a lot more knowledge than you would imagine. And being able to experience the full capabilities of the system. I don't know if everybody's seeing it for what it is. I'm imagining that they must understand that they, that in some ways it's like a great reset or a great harvesting where all of humanity essentially is going through this transition, and they're being given access to this technology to interconnect themselves, their children. It's my understanding that there is lots of knowledge within that network where kids and people at all levels of society are aware that this technology is being utilized. Some of them may not understand the full scope and scale of what's happening, but it seems that we have now multiple generations of even the youth who are being brought up in this new age of humanity with lots of knowledge of the technology. And because we've had so many decades of experimentation and development in BCIs, I believe that the parallel society is implanting themselves with similar technology, maybe not as invasive as in some cases with us. We get probably the more invasive implants, but I believe it's probably safe enough now and refined enough, and it's been experimented on enough individuals that now members within the parallel society are getting the same technology willingly, even implanting their children and then connecting themselves to the same grid, essentially. And that's a pretty high level of participation and knowledge, augmenting themselves, which is the underlying goal. There's a lot of people who publicly say that the biggest threat to humanity is the evolution of AI, and the only way for humanity to prepare themselves and to fight back is through human-machine interfaces, so brain-to-computer interfaces, connecting AI with the human brain to augment themselves. And I believe this is kind of the result of that drive, that transhuman drive, and that they've kind of gamified it to a certain extent. But kind of on the dark side of it, I look back over human evolution and human history, and there are notable times or inflection points where humanity has gained huge advances in technology, and where society becomes sick with power. And sometimes I relate to what's happening with targets as kind of like similar to the Catholic Inquisition during the European witch hunts in the Dark Ages, where because of different threats to humanity and plagues and whatnot, and then the church came back with the printing press and the written word and was able to publicly make these witch hunting manuals. And the church and society believed that they were evolving into a renaissance and that they were fighting demons and these evil, lower, animalistic humans. And then they, over the course of like 300 to 500 years, publicly tortured and executed like tens of millions of people. So and that's similar to what people describe that happened during like the Stanford experiment or the Milgram study, when people are given enormous authority and power. There's the sociological phenomenon that occurs, and I think targets to some degree are like at the receiving end of that social persecution, where the parallel society no longer can empathize, or they psychologically lack the mirror neurons necessary for empathy to understand what they're doing and how wrong it is. And of course, since the Patriot Act, after 9/11, it became legal for the government to torture people psychologically to the point of organ failure and became a normalized part of society. So I think we're dealing with a lot, but some people could argue that they're the real targets, that the whole idea of evolving society at this level would be to control their loyalty, actions, beliefs, and behavior, and to utilize a subordinate lower class as feedstock for that hive mind and its evolution. At the same time, they're teaching their children about advanced cognitive warfare, psychological manipulation, and even neuroscience. They get to experiment firsthand with neuroscience, with the human condition. So they're kind of watching this reality television show, this socialized game, where they're able to participate and experiment with the cutting edge of neuroscience and human perception and see. It's almost like they're doing, Nazi experiments, which they are, where they've watched thousands of individuals, remotely monitored them, followed them through their lives, like the Truman Show. And they probably have a whole other side to it. There's probably, thousands of individuals who have been trafficked and they're completely asleep. They don't even realize they have the technology in their minds and bodies. So they probably have two sides to the system, individuals they like and they've kept and they've trafficked and they've used. These are like the prodigy children of the program. And then they have the other darker side of individuals that they're targeting and tracking and torturing. And they've watched thousands of individuals go through the same process, and they've refined and optimized that process over many decades and watched many lives come to an end, watched the biometric readout on their lives, watched the individuals take their last breaths, decoded their inner thoughts, and saved it publicly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I see it as a highly evolved parallel social society that now is very much interconnected in ways that would be hard for us to understand. And they're utilizing BBI technology now, brain-to-brain interfaces, where there is no GUI or interface between humans, where people keep thinking there's like an application or a computer out there, and there might be, where you can get on a terminal and actually see an interface with a person's remote neural monitoring. But I think they're also now connecting people to people, so that, people that have implants that have consented to it now have the ability to communicate with synthetic telepathy and to remote view one another, as well as to remote view us, to be connected to another person's brain and body, and to look through their eyes and to utilize psychological methods of manipulating that person, like a voodoo doll puppet, if you will. And so that's one way that they interface with the system, and that's one way they coordinate so smoothly within society, because they're all being coordinated within an internet of bodies. They don't need their phone to tell them where to go and what to say and when to say it. They're just being lightly modulated in a way that they've come to understand, and they've refined their inner voice with the system and refined their abilities to remotely puppet other people. And, it kind of opens up a whole new level of society and the social evolution that's occurring globally, where people now can, get their news report directly injected into their auditory centers in their brain, and where they can consent to being influenced and modulated so they could synchronize with the larger hive mind, and or remotely view an individual's experience either live or even go back and catalog. Like, you have to imagine that our biometrics are being saved, and key events from our past are being saved, not only for our digital twins optimization, but may even be able to, the Parallel Society may even be able to access those memories and events and be able to go in remote view through you or through your digital twin what happened where and when. So, once the technology evolves, and it has evolved, and it kind of opens up a whole nother layer of how society is now operating beyond what is public information.
You said that you got to a scan not just by Jesse but also by John, and I'm from my understanding, John does the ultrasound. Like it's a different method or technique than Jesse. Can you elaborate a little bit more, and then from your perspective, from your biomedical background, do you have any thoughts on like what the advantages, what the pros and cons are with each of the different techniques, methods?
So both. So Jesse is doing NLJD scans as well now, and John does. He has a really nice Orion 3 NLJD. Jesse's got a nice machine as well. John's he has a full spectrum analyzer, RF analyzer. He does thermal imaging as well as the NLJD scan. And I didn't get an ultrasound from him. I need to call him and get one. That'd be a good idea. But he does a very good, thorough job. He tries to he performs the scan either in an anechoic chamber or in a calibrated environment with minimal RF interference, so that he can determine where the signals are coming from, whether they're coming from the body or not. The NLJD scanner it's a good tool because he's directly scanning the body, and it's detecting whether or not there's semiconductor material below the skin, utilizing nonlinear resonant responses. So it's very good at verifying whether there's actual semiconductor material. It actually, an NLJD scanner is looking for a specific harmonic frequency return that only occurs with transistor junctions, which are called the PN junctions. It's the junction in between the two sides of a transistor. And so it's only going to occur if semiconductor material is present. So it's a very strong way to verify and prove the presence of actual semiconductor material, microchips, nanochips that have transistors inside of them. And it's also a unique instrument because it's not looking for just passive RF signals coming out of the body. It has the ability to stimulate or modulate the semiconductors to sing. It forces them on by sending energy into the body or into the semiconductors, and then it energizes the microchips, and then it listens back, kind of like an echo. So it's stimulating and energizing those transistor junctions, and it listens back to hear if there's a return, and then it verifies the return based on the response that it gets back. So it's an effective tool to prove the presence of semiconductors. Then Jesse, he also has a nice NLJD, and then in concert with his NLJD scan, he also uses a frequency counter and a frequency detector, which is his probe is a really sensitive small probe, and he dials it way down so it doesn't hear anything outside of where he brings it right up close to. it's not detecting anything else. He dials it way down, and then he brings it right into the locations near the body to see if he can hear a transmission coming out of the body. So that's another method that he utilizes. But the ultrasound, it's a really good one. So I need to go back to John and have him ultrasound me as well. That would be very useful. And he must have a technician do it, because I believe you need to have a certified ultrasound technician to use a medical grade piece of technology and for it to be used as evidence.
Yeah.
But I know Jesse's been trying to find a technician that will do ultrasound for him as well. And then he also advocates for getting more advanced scans when you can. But it's hard because, obviously, for my theory, when you have to deal with a large, complicit parallel society that is complicit at all levels, then you have to understand that those images can be modified without your knowledge. And there's a lot of people who are deeply invested in not getting exposure.
Right.
But I mean it kind of brings me back to my my perspective of how things are now in reality. And understanding when you have the type of collaboration that we're discussing here, like the Brain Initiative, where the Brain Initiative and many of these black budget programs, we collaborated for many decades, hundreds of billions of dollars with our allies and even China and Russia to develop BCI technology and to understand neuroscience, as well as the Connectome Project to map the human brain, its behavior. So there's multiple programs that are international collaboration across open borders, where all of these governments have been working together to develop and expand the science and knowledge of the human brain. And I believe they all have the same essential system, and we can verify that through the experiences of our community. That, there's targeted individuals all over, and it doesn't matter what country you go to or what state you go to, you're always connected. And that's because the infrastructure is connected, and they're sharing data, sharing information, and it becomes a global kind of system of coordination. And they're all doing the same exact thing, and they all have the same complicit parallel society.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I jumped states before, like 9 years ago, and everything was calm for a while, but I could still feel the monitoring going on. It's just been crazy, because the last 3 years I started getting hit with the directed energy weapons, and I mean, the mind control itself is insane. But what I'm hearing you say, and what I'm going to say about what you said about the advanced society and about them looking at it like it's evolution of society and it's a good thing. We're just food for these people. We're a paycheck. Our children are paychecks, and they don't really care what they do to us.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to be pessimistic, but yeah, it's sad that our American system has allowed for this type of torture to occur, this type of behavior modification. But it makes sense when you think about everything that happened during the Cold War, and then 9/11, and then COVID. There's all of these psychological operations that have continued to expand justification and complicity within this parallel society.
Yeah. These are the people that we live around. I mean, the whole world's our neighbor at this point because we're so connected. But it's so It's so hard to wrap your mind around that. Most people are okay with this, and they really believe that it's benefiting.
Yeah, it is. At first, it is. At first, it's hard to believe. But then, like, if you think about it, and you go back to, like, if you think about all the experimentation that the United States government did and all other governments have done, and there's never been, like, limits to what they were willing to do.
And there's been zero accountability, too. Zero accountability, even after the things that were done after the Nuremberg trials.
That's the beauty of, if you can bring in normal citizens and then you make them complicit and you get them to participate, then they become liable, and then they have to change their perception and beliefs in order to justify what they've done and what they're going to do. And so the more people that you get to participate and the more invested they become and the more you gamify the system and make it socially acceptable, the more people interact and perpetrate these crimes against us, the more they change their perception of what they're doing in order to continue to justify what they've done. And the further away they get from being able to empathize with the injustices and actions that they're doing.
Yeah.
So it becomes like a self-manifesting, reinforcing system.
Just the
and then they don't identify with those that are outside of the system. They identify with the large population of individuals within the system.
They're included. Inclusion is a big thing.
Imagine the threat of getting kicked out of a society. Once you come to realize what society is all about, and once you get into the parallel society, and then you see what it is to be outside of that, what happens to people who are outside of that, and you participate in their persecution and torture, then it's even more of a self-realizing system, because there's, you realize that they could shut off your connection to that system any day.
Yeah.
And then you would no longer be connected to the hive mind or to that protection, that safety, that knowledge. And your children may not be able to get in. And that threat of being out would probably be more than enough motivation. So it's kind of a carrot and a stick thing. There's huge benefits and social reward to being part of this godlike society, and the consequences of not going along with it or questioning it, if you do question it, because it's a self-optimizing system. It knows as much about us as it does about them, and it's spent decades learning about human behavior, the nervous system, society. It's not just about the individual brain, but it's about groups of brains, groups of behavior. And so it uses all of that knowledge and data and predictive models to run its parallel society in order to keep them in a continuous state of satisfaction and
competition,
power and control. So it's the same evolution of understanding of human biology and human dynamics that's occurring to torture us as it is to control the parallel society. So, and it's way more valuable for them to keep their system tight and locked down and under control, and to do it with multiple methods, not just the stick, but the carrot. So it makes for a very difficult problem.
Yeah, for sure.
How come, Ryan, have you considered having your own weekly call? I mean, obviously you have a lot of perspective on this.
Yeah, I haven't really considered it. But
I'm sorry?
Ben is incredible. I have not considered it.
Oh, well, I hope you do, please. I mean, I think you would have a lot of, support from from people wanting to tune in.
Well, thank you.
And is the person who said earlier was encouraging people to not get sucked into the narratives? Is that person still on the call? I think he lives in California. Is he still on the call?
Well, were you talking about me?
Yeah, yes,
David?
I forgot your name. Yes, I forgot your name. You can you, if only if you feel comfortable. You shared your email before. Would you feel comfortable sharing it again?
Yeah, that's fine. It's are you ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's D J D. Oh, sorry. I guess that's the wrong one. Sorry, let me verify this. I don't really use email too much. Oh, okay. It's D D E L A C R U Z 21
I'm sorry. What?
21
Okay.
at lapu.edu.
Okay, I will repeat that. That's D, the letter D, and then De La Cruz, 21 at lapu.edu. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I've mentioned this before, Ryan, but I think if you do a search on the phrase proxy stalking, you'll see that there's like quite a lot on it, like academic papers. I mean, it just seems like at this point it's just, I mean, it can't be denied. And now whether or not, I mean, I haven't done a deep dive onto some of these academic papers, some of which are like behind walls and stuff, but like, I mean, I don't think that they're necessarily tying, connecting all the dots with BCI or the energy weapons angle, but like the psychosocial angle is, it just seems at this point it has a lot more traction than it used to with the phrase proxy stalking anyway, rather than gang stalking.
Yeah, it does seem like the terminology has more kind of academic prestige to it. I think I've come across, there's probably some journals on that subject matter, and there's less resistance to it as opposed to gang stalking.
Yeah. I mean, I just, I just think it may be, I view it as progress. Maybe it's too incremental, but I still think it's progress, because and I don't know, to what degree it would move the needle or anything, but and courts are contemptuous, hold stalking cases or allegations in contempt or treat them with contempt. But at least it does seem to have like recognition from more from others.
Yeah, that's good. I'll look into that. But it sounds like there may be some legitimate legal protections somewhere there.
Yeah, there's a case, and I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this too before on this call. I can look it up in a minute. Oh, it's Becklin. It's Washington State Supreme Court versus Becklin, Becklin, and the defendant, the court found, which was the state's highest court, found the defendant guilty of multi-party stalking. So he was using friends or acquaintances to stalk an ex-girlfriend, and the court recognized that as the 2008 case, State versus Becklin, Becklin. You haven't found any other courts that recognize multi-party stalking, but I guess it's a start. Some 18 years later.
Sounds similar to what Dr. John Hall was able to somewhat uncover with, I think he had to get a private investigator, and then he was able to track down license plates and come to the conclusion that the woman he was trying to protect, and then he later became stalked, did have identifiable individuals following them. Enough evidence was collected to make somewhat of a case out of it, or at least prove that it was happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't read his book. Does he discuss that in his book, Human Guinea Pigs?
Yeah, one of his books, I believe he discusses it. I've watched most. I haven't read his books, but I've watched most of his interviews. Yeah, it's amazing how I call it the parallel society or the gang stalkers. They know exactly how to always kind of maintain plausible deniability. And when you have a large enough group of individuals working together, then it can easily kind of bounce from one individual to the next individual. It's not difficult to keep cycling new people in and out in order to make it difficult to prove with the same license plates or the same individuals. Guess that's part of the beauty of the system.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I think it's easier if you're like in a large population area than like in a more rural area.
I don't know about that. Hi, my name's Blossom.
Really?
I live up here. Yeah, we have 150 people here, and they got this game under wraps. Let me tell you, I'm the only target here, and they know what the hell they're doing for sure. They even include their kids in it, everything. It's all competition.
Yeah, they have refined it over generations, and they like to play that. They like to try to pull you in to believing that you can catch them if you can, So they'll utilize sensitization to get you sensitized to certain things, repeated patterns, colors, cars, license plates, and a lot of that's designed to pull you in to a deeper state of almost like PTSD or hypervigilance. And they like to, they'll push the limit in order to get you to come out and start making accusations or to get you to react. But yeah, it's become a highly gamified system. That's one way that I proved to myself how large the system was because how refined and professional they all were at perpetrating the crime, as if they had done it before and they had done it many times. And so it's clear that it wasn't just happening to me, but that society was highly refined at these cognitive warfare methodologies. And it's very similar to like the Stasi or the SS, same type of tactics that are utilized to target, harass, and abuse individuals and to push them into a state of learned helplessness or decomposition.
Are you the gentleman that was speaking before to Ben for a while on the conference call?
Yeah, we did. We had a pretty good conversation.
Okay, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are about what I'm about to say. So, say there's a super quantum computer, and it's networked. It's connected to all the networks. And say the psychopathic criminals targeting you or me, whoever, want to not necessarily a honeypot, but well, a lot of us call it honeypots. But supposing they don't want to hire someone to be a honeypot or pay someone, however they compensate, okay, for that person. Say they just want to do it, with AI, with technocracy, okay? They just want to do it with what they have. Can a quantum computer have everyone in there that's targeted? Well, I think that's a rhetorical question. The answer to the question, yes, the quantum computer does know everyone who's targeted. And so probably that quantum computer can match people up who where they would have some similar things in common, enough things in common to be really interesting, like maybe the same date of birth, the same year of birth, there's certain things of commonality. Not a lot, but some things. Then the criminals would see that in their system and on their computers, and they would manage that for two people to kind of meet. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. That's group. It's a very good point, a very good observation on your part. It happens all the time. Large groups of individuals come together, even in targeted spaces and communities, and they can be synchronized to each other in real time. And then absolutely the system knows which individuals have overlapping stories or commonalities, and they can synchronize those individuals to discuss those things almost in real time with perfect synchronicity. Coordinated modulation at a group level is highly sought after, and it's done all the time within spaces.
Yes, so that may eliminate what a number of target individuals will call honeypots. It'll eliminate that there's actually someone being contracted to come into your life, be inserted in your life, and to perform a script on you, to control you, to frustrate you, to get you all riled up, etc. You know the score. You know, I don't have to say anymore. You know where I'm coming from, where I'm going with this. Say you don't have to do that. It's free. It's already in the network. So it's probably more like. Go ahead.
No, you can finish. Sorry.
Yeah. So because I've had that happen to me. When it happened to me years ago, I didn't know what I know now. Not that I know everything. I know far from everything, but I didn't know about what I just said to you now. So I thought it was just the old-fashioned let's kind of pay somebody and come into her life and blah blah blah. But now I realize it's done more with technology because they have it and they're so obsessive compulsively addicted to it, and they have such hubris that that's what they would select to do before the old-fashioned way, the lower tech way, because I don't think they want to get people involved unless they have to, because they're keeping this as secret as possible, right? They still don't want it to get out what they're doing, all the shenanigans they're doing, all the invasions of your privacy and your life and the resistance of your life. They don't want a lot of people to find out about it, so they're keeping it lidded, LIDED, so that the way to do that would be to use those systems that they have in place.
Yeah, you can probably subdivide it into like you were saying, the older classic techniques where people in the gang stalking community actively take upon a role like an actor or an undercover agent kind of thing, and they decide they want to be a honeypot, and they go out there, try to interact with other targets. They pretend they're a target. I think that still happens today, and I think it happened before. And then they also, in many cases, depending on your level of targeting, they don't want people to be able to have the social support, so they get people very hyper vigilant and defensive, and get us all very riled up, questioning everything, very paranoid, so that they can keep us segmented and separated in order to continue our isolation and our programming, depending on who you are and what your specific program is. But on the other side of that, they absolutely have the technology to coordinate large-scale interactive groups and to bring certain individuals across your path over other individuals.
Absolutely, and so it's the opposite of spontaneity. Then I mean, it's controlled. It's like, and I noticed when something happened regarding what we're talking about, I noticed I was in the midst of doing something. I was getting involved in doing something. All of a sudden, someone wants to engage me with something. I just noticed the synthetic synchronicity. That's what I noticed. Synthetic synchronicity of it. I noticed it because I've been targeted a long time. So I hope at this point of the game, I have more of a heightened sense of awareness than I did, say, 22 years ago. And so I notice more things, and then our consciousness has changed. The more the technology gets sophisticated and more advanced, I notice the more my consciousness has been augmented, if you will. And that means other people's consciousness have been augmented, especially if you're targeted. You're targeted. Our consciousness gets augmented because there is something in the targeting that wants us to know what's going on. Not 100%, but maybe 70 to 80%. Who's ever doing this, Intel, DARPA, NSA, CIA, who's ever doing this, wants you to know. That's part of the video game. It's fun for them to see what we go, the sadistic. they get off, like you mentioned, I think earlier about entertainment. I think I heard you say entertainment. There is a big component of this with this amusement and entertainment. The especially if you're a woman and they're men. Mostly, I think men are doing this, targeting people. I could be I'm probably right about that. I know there are women doing it, but it's primarily men doing it. So if that's a fact, then they're enjoying what women are easier on the eyes to a heterosexual man. They're watching. They're getting the jollies, and so it's sadistic. It's a diluted sense of power and control, because who's really in control is God. That's who really the mastermind is God. And they don't know that. And whether they get it back to them some other time down the road or in another life, or they don't come back for another life. I believe in reincarnation. I really hope that they get theirs. I really do. Because what they're doing is that they're playing Super Satan. They're not playing God. In my mind, they're not God to me. I don't care what they can do. That to me is Super Satan, SS, like the SS in Nazi Germany, SS Super Satan. That's what I want to say.
No, you're exactly right. A couple things. They definitely do want you to know. They get a kick out of exposing the technology and its capabilities and how refined it is. So I do believe they like to reveal themselves. Ben kind of touched on this. Ben went through his programming and sounded like he had a pretty rapid evolution in getting a full understanding of what was going on, which is good for him. It shortens that period of awakening. But yeah, they do expose. They want you to understand the type of technology and its capabilities. I kind of look at it like, the Internet of Bodies, the ability to synchronize your remote neural monitoring and modulation, both with the physical environment around you and other individuals in your space. So like you're in a smart city, you're in a physical environment, other people are connected. So the ability to predict and traffic you through that environment, to synchronize you in real time with other individuals and other events, as well as through the digital realm, the ability to accurately and precisely synchronize you within your digital space, whether that's a chat room or a Twitter space, or even over the phone in real time, or even synchronize you to your browser or to your home feed or to the video that you're watching or the movie you're watching. Very accurate, precise, millisecond level precision and synchronicity in that can occur with the Internet of Bodies, having your body directly neurologically connected to the network, and then other individuals as well as their internal neural modulation and neural recording or remote monitoring. So they're experimenting with brain-to-brain interfaces, not only at the individual or two-person level, but multiple people, large groups of individuals. And that's where they get a lot of their thrill from, when you're being kind of gang stalked through your community, and their ability to synchronize their behavior in the physical environment, but also within the digital realm, where they're able to hack your local device, as well as the web pages you're going to and other individuals that you're communicating with in real time. And it's rather remarkable, the level of technology now that's out there, and the ability of the system to coordinate kind of elaborate orchestras between many different individuals at the same time.
Yeah. No, after you're done, I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask you, what is your understanding or belief as far as, you're talking about the neuromodulation, and I experienced, unfortunately, a lot of hacking with my brain, with my neurology. And there have been times, I know I'm far from the only one, because I hear it from my TI friends, all the time. So it's common. This is very common, where you're looking at an object, but you don't see it. And then you come back and you look in the same place again later on, and it's there. And you know that no gang stalker came in and took it and then put it back later on. You know that. You know that didn't happen. You're positive it didn't. I've been positive that didn't happen. And so something's modulated. Something happens to your brain. The memory, the present memory of your brain, where you don't see something. It's kind of blanked out. It's right in front of you, but something is hit on that part of your brain. I guess it's the memory part of your brain where you don't see, you're blinded. Okay. Now, what happened? Also, I've experienced this, which I don't understand it too well, where I was in the laundromat last week, and I put a bag of coins on the laundromat table, and I thought I took money out for the washing machine. I did that, and then I looked in my pocketbook for that bag of coins. It wasn't there. Okay. Now, because I know that I can be blanked out and I could be manipulated to put things in other places, I know that's possible. I went frantic. I got frantic knowing there's cameras in that laundromat. There was only one other person in the laundromat, an elderly Chinese lady sitting minding her own business, okay? So I know she wasn't going to be any kind of a threat to me. So I opened up all the washing machines and dryers to make sure I didn't unconsciously put it in there. This is how frantic I got. So I was looking in all the garbage places, all the garbage pails in the laundromat to see if I threw it in there. It wasn't any of those places. I didn't go outside to look to see if I put it outside of the laundromat. I didn't think to do that. But you know what happened? The next day, actually 2 days later, I opened the hatchback of my trunk, and guess what's in that hatchback? That bag of coins. Now, I had been in that hatchback a couple of times before I opened it a couple of days later, and it was actually facing me, right in my face, that bag of coins. What do you think about that? Is it possible that things can be taken and put in another dimension, and then put in my car, interdimensional? Does technology have that capacity, in your opinion?
It doesn't have the capacity to transmit things interdimensionally, but they are controlling your interface with reality in the world through controlling your sensory systems and the ability to modulate deeper structures within your neurobiology. As far as like having something in your visual field and having it disappear, that's absolutely within the realm of possibility. And I believe they've done that to me, where like they can actually kind of blur out a certain spot in your visual field or a specific object that you know is right there. And there was an episode on Black Mirror where they were talking about the future of the technology. And it was this family that decided to implant their daughter with the next greatest device that you can just inject behind the ear, and suddenly you can remote view your child, and you can see where they're going and what they're seeing through their eyes. And you can have safety features. So like if they come across explicit material or something that's violent, it will blur it out. It's a really great episode that that talks about essentially what we're dealing with in real life. But yeah, so they are definitely playing with the ability to control your visual field as well as your memory, as well as subconscious control that you're not aware of, where they could literally have you put something down somewhere and then make you believe that you still have it and you put it down somewhere else.
So then I had to walk. I looked all over on my person, my pocketbook. It was not in there. Unless, and I know also there have been times with my tactile sense, my sense of touch, kinesthetic. Sometimes things are right in something in my pocketbook, and I don't feel it. That's a sense, touch, feeling. Did not feel it. Then I go back to it, and it's there. But this never happened. This is madness what happened. How did it go from inside the laundromat, inside my trunk? How did that? I mean, I did it, and I don't remember anything. Is that like so I went out of the laundromat, went to my car and put it in there, and then when a few times I went in there in the interim before I actually saw it, I was blanked out and I couldn't see it. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, there's a few different. I mean, there's so many ways to manipulate perception and time with an individual. For instance, they could have had you put it down somewhere without you feeling that you actually set it down or dropped it. They could have literally controlled your hands, forced you to let it go without your awareness, and then they could have put the sensation in your head as well as the inner vision of you holding on to it and going back and putting it down somewhere else. And by the time you got to adding your laundry, they could have repeated that visual memory of you and even stimulated your tactile senses so that you remembered putting it down on top of the machine. They could insert that image and they could do like an orchestra and give you some tactile sensation as you were reflecting on a memory that wasn't real. So that's a classic goal of the MK Ultra programs, was the ability to delete memories and to insert memories that didn't happen.
Wow. So so what is your hypothesis on how that bag of coins got into the hatchback of my trunk? I mean, I had to put it there, right?
Yeah, you probably put it there without knowing you put it there.
Wow.
Or either you did it before. Did you get your laundry out of the back of your trunk when you got to the laundromat?
Well, yeah, I brought the laundry in with the detergent. I put it on the machine I was going to use. Then I went to the table and I spilled the bag out with all the coins. I had a mixture of all kinds of coins in there, not just quarters. I took the quarters out that I needed, put everything back in the bag. I thought I put everything back in the bag, and I thought I put it back in my purse where I had taken it out of. Then later on, after I started the washing machine up, I looked in my purse, and it wasn't there. And that's when I got frantic. Huh?
When you say later on, did you have to go back for any more laundry? Or did you
No,
go...
I just had one load. I waited for the load 30 minutes, and I put it right away in the dryer, and I waited for the dryer, and I left.
So, as far as your recollection's concerned, you came in one time, you saw the bag, you had the bag, and then you lost the bag, and you never went back to your car.
I never went back to my car to look in the hatchback for it. No, I never went back in the back, and that's actually where. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's probably some sort of either you unknowingly went back out there, dropped the bag off, and then came back in and then erased that from your memory, or they inserted the memory of you going through your bag after you got in, and they could have even taken that memory from a time you went to the laundromat before and did your routine and opened up your bag and counted your change. They could have inserted that after the fact. So they could have forced you to drop your bag before, inserted the memory after, or you could have gone out, dropped your bag off, they came back in, forgot that you had gone out, and they could have deleted it. It could be a memory addition or a memory deletion.
Wow. That's
Ryan,
really dangerous. That's really dangerous. I'll tell you, a long time ago, many years ago, I had an accident. I hit another car because my memory was, for a split second, I didn't know what I was doing, and I turned the wheel into the car that I was parking next to. And so that's the kind of stuff that's been done, and could be very dangerous. So,
oh yeah, they have many of targets have been slightly just modulated this way or that way to cause accidents and cause near-death experiences.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll do things to individuals, and they'll bring them right up to the brink where they can control all of these factors, and they're monitoring the environment. They've scanned the they've mapped the physical environment around you using you, and then they can precisely make small changes to your behavior, your movements, to put you right in the path of the situation. And then after the fact, you'll realize how close you were to something happening, just so they can tell you, like, we could have pushed you the other way or put you in that situation just moments later. So that's the level of evolution that we're facing after 50 to 60 years of this technology being evolved.
Wow.
That's what happens.
Brian, have you ever had an experience where you think someone was cloaking themselves, like in your proximity? I'm wondering if maybe someone did that to this person in the laundromat. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but that could be another possibility. But have you had any experience where you think someone was cloaking themselves in your proximity?
Are
you asking me or Brian? You're asking Brian this, right?
I'm asking it's Ryan. Is it Ryan?
Yeah, it's Ryan.
Ryan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible to cloak. It's not like they're cloaking a person, but they're just more or less distracting or drawing your attention to other things in your environment. But that would be a big move for you to actually not be physically present of another human body coming into the environment and getting close in proximity to her belongings and then getting back out. It's much easier to manipulate her own perceptions. But it's usually, another physical person, especially where she recollected there was only one other person there. I mean, that person could have been the one. But then to get into her car, I don't know where she was parked. Yeah, it depends on the setup. It would depend on the physical environment and the layout. But they absolutely could do that kind of thing because of their understanding of your cognition and your perception and your focus. And they can also alter that as well.
I thought of that. When I first saw her, she's an elderly lady. And when this first happened, I didn't even think of her because she looked so innocent to me, and that's what my perception was. But if my perception was the way it had been in the past, I would have suspected her. But for some interesting phenomena, I didn't think that she would have. Somehow my perception would have been altered, like you suggested. And I would have been out of it for a minute. I would have noticed. She comes over, takes that bag of coins, goes outside, and I'm not seeing any of this. Okay, I'm out of it at the moment. Okay, and my trunk gets open. I had my car locked. My trunk gets opened, and then she puts it in. That's hey, that's not out of the realm of possibility, Brian, is it?
Yeah, this is where the other level of the game comes into play. The idea of like causing these events to occur in an individual, and then you start to build an individual's level of trauma and hypervigilance, where they start to question whether they did something, whether someone's coming and going in their home. And Ben talks about this too, like, moving objects in your house and trying to decide, well, did I move that object? Or someone will come and take something, and then suddenly it will come back and be placed in a different spot, in a different orientation. And I think both is happening. I do believe that the parallel society of individuals has a strong enough grasp of your focus, where you're at, what you're doing, and can predict it down to the millisecond. So they absolutely love to play games where they invade your personal space, or they move something or take something. And then there's certain situations where they're slightly manipulating your perception, your memories, to make you more hypervigilant. But in either case, their goal is typically achieved, because then it makes you question yourself as well as other people in your environment. It makes you more hypervigilant. So both is true, and I can verify that both does happen.
So is there any neurological supplements that are available out there to strengthen brain functioning, natural organic brain functioning, so that...
Yeah, absolutely. I advocate for people in our situation to do everything they possibly can to take care of their brain health and their hormone health. That's what's one of the main things that we have control over. And that's to make sure that you're getting high dose fish oil, magnesium, potassium, multivitamins, B vitamins, any sort of thing you can do to push your level of cognition up to the next level. Because in many cases, like what we've discussed, the implants themselves can cause damage. Neuromodulation can cause damage. And in some cases, they're intentionally trying to harm individuals. So I advocate strongly for nootropics and for people to take supplements and to exercise and to utilize whatever methods they need to for spiritual, mental wellness, whether that's meditation, prayer, getting out to nature. All of those things are highly valuable and should be a priority for people who are trying to survive this.
What nootropics? What nootropics do you take or suggest anyway?
I make sure that I have like a high dose B12 that I buy typically in bulk. I haven't been taking any supplements recently, but I need to get back on them. Magnesium is important. Taking care of your hormone health, a good multivitamin. Fish oil is always a really good one to have. If you can stomach high dose fish oils that's high quality, I would keep yourself loaded on fish oil. Lecithin is really good. Anything that helps your white matter and your mitochondrial function is important.
I'm sorry, what brand was that?
I usually buy supplements from bulk supplements online from Amazon. And
I heard of that. Yeah.
You can buy huge quantities.
Did you mention? I'm sorry. Did you mention a specific fish oil?
That Costco has a really good fish oil that has high dose. Forgot what the brand name is, but they have a little black bottle that's a higher quality fish oil for a pretty good price, and it will allow you to take high dose. But high dose fish oil, it's like 3 times a day if you can stomach it. And then a ketogenic diet, or staying away from sugar, inflammatory, Mediterranean diet, fish oil diet, good and natural fiber, all of the same things that we all know we should be doing. You should definitely be doing.
What about Elias?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, lion's mane is good. You can get that in high doses as well.
What about monolaurin?
Monolaurin. I'm not sure what monolaurin is.
Yeah, monolaurin from raw coconut, and it also has the same components as like breast milk.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. You can use AI in a lot of situations to try to develop a really strong nootropic stack that will help optimize. And like I said, if you can buy from bulk supplements, you can get like months and months of supplements for a really reasonable price.
I have the vitamin C from bulk. I bought that on Amazon, of course.
Vitamin C is good. Yeah, zinc, vitamin C.
Yeah.
Creatine's a good supplement for your brain health as well. It's been found to be very beneficial. Not just for weightlifters. It can be really beneficial to your brain.
Yes. Yeah. No, I need to. I used to a long time ago. I took a lot of supplements. I mean, I a lot, and then over the years, I stopped taking so many supplements. And so it had to do with having less finances to purchase them and whatnot. So, but yeah, I was feeling really good when I was younger. I took very good care with supplements and diet and what I ate and everything. Oh yes, it makes a difference. I know that. It makes a tremendous difference. It really
Ryan,
does.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Yes, I missed the beginning where you and Ben were talking, but there was something that was said that I didn't quite catch, and I want to know more about. And that's how do they? What is it that they want from our frequencies?
I'm sorry, hold on. As far as frequencies go, it's biometric data that they're extracting. So it's your EEG signal, your respiratory rate, heart rate. These are all indicators that can be utilized to derive your mental state. And your EEG signal is probably the most valuable. If they're decoding signals from your nervous system, now with the advancement of AI, they have the ability to decode your subconscious thoughts, your inner speech, as well as what you're seeing and hearing. So they're able to map your biometric data over to like a digital twin that's a live representation of what you're thinking, feeling, and doing, as well as your environment around you.
Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, let's say you get scanned for an RF scan or a nonlinear scan, and they catch your own frequencies. Is that something that they would be able to sell, maybe?
Oh, so like what you're meaning? So like you have a specific wireless body area network. So your implants, they communicate at a specific radio frequency, and they know that frequency because they're the ones that calibrated it, designed it, and are communicating with it daily. So there's nothing in my mind that you should be concerned about in getting your frequencies scanned and sharing those frequencies. because anybody that has access to your remote broadcast already knows your frequencies if they're tapped into that network.
Okay. Is there such a thing as stealing someone's destiny?
There's people who remotely people in your environment that have the ability to remote view you or to follow you like a Truman Show, who then take that opportunity to try to impose their will on your life. And that's where you get a lot of people who, because of the advantage that this parallel society has in their ability to watch your life like a Truman Show, then especially earlier on in your life, it gives people the ability to take advantage of that information and that violation of your liberty. So if you're in like a relationship with a pretty woman and other people are jealous of the life that you have and they look down on you because you're a Truman, right? And they envy something that you've achieved in your life or something you're trying to achieve, and they're remotely watching you and judging you and all of your actions and choices and reactions to that situation. That's where you get this parallel society of highly judgmental individuals who all feel like they're God and feel like their own lives are shit or they're unhappy with what they have. And then before full access is granted for them to be able to modulate you or use V2K, a lot of times that society will start to play games in order to cause your downfall, to make you more paranoid, sabotage you, traffic you, to influence you, because they have an advantage over knowing where you're at, what you're doing, what you're thinking, and what the public narrative has been about your life. And so they can start to try to convince other people that this is who you are and this is what you are. And the parallel society is really good at playing the broadcast because they're watching the show.
Can I just ask you something quick, Ryan? So you're talking about the people embodied doing this, or it's being done remotely through the technology, getting people influenced about a lying narrative about you, a BS narrative about you.
Yeah, well, for a lot of targets, they've been targeted from a young age or for many decades before their targeting becomes aggressive or malicious. They were already being watched, and the general parallel society that has this privilege, there's a lot of people that are trafficked and watched and their lives never go bad, but certain individuals have a breakdown point at some point in their life for whatever reason, and then their targeting turns to like a malicious system where there's a bunch of people that want to see your destruction and then eventually are able to escalate to a point where I believe that they get more and more remote control and access to the point where you're being tortured to death or played with. So as far as someone stealing your destiny, that's what I kind of view it as, is your life's like a Truman Show and other people are watching and they all feel like they have the ability and justification to intervene in your life in kind of malicious ways in order to force your life down a certain road, to sabotage your relationship, your marriage, to sabotage your rights to your children, a job. Yeah.
Two more questions. How do they pass it along to other people? Is it by your phone number? For others to participate and watch you. I mean, how is that? Do they put it up somewhere?
Oh, I see. Like, is there an interface where they can log into their phone or computer and then they can get your feed?
Yes.
I do believe that there likely is a network that's accessible like that, but also that we're dealing with a community of individuals that have the same technology inside of them and have the ability to physically be in proximity to you, or just to think, I want to log into this person's account, and then immediately be able to hear what you're thinking and feeling and saying with an AI coordinator, probably.
Wow.
There probably is, it's probably like at any point in time, someone can just log in to a person. I've seen applications like this. One's called Accountability Now. It was a demo that was built for the government to show the potential uses of a wireless body area network system, where you could log in, type in a person's name, or take a picture of them and put it in, and then you'll automatically see their exact location right now. And you can click on their wireless body area network and get their biometrics, and then even look at the history of where they've gone over the last 24 hours or week, and where were they at this point in time. And then you can go back, scroll back through their biometric data, what their heart rate was doing, what their inner thought decoding was doing. So you kind of imagine there are interfaces like that. I'm not sure what is accessible to the public right now, but I'm imagining it's pretty much like a social media network at this point, depending on the target. If you're experiencing aggressive targeting and modulation, then it's likely that your account is broadly accessible to the general parallel society. So people in another state can look you up right now. They can get into like a chat room. I kind of visualize it this way, and this is kind of theory, is that like at any one moment, you could have a group of individuals, depending on how interesting your life is, that could be remotely monitoring your broadcast. Like, for instance, right now I might have a couple local operators who are highly interested in me. I might have someone that's assigned, like a proxy gang stalker or whatever, that's local in my little neighborhood here. And I might have a few individuals that are interested in my account logging in and out at any one time. And maybe there's someone in another state, who knows. But so it's kind of like a little chat room space where you can all log in, you can monitor the broadcast, see what the inner thought decoding is, the subconscious decoding, and maybe make small adjustments to modulation. Like a person driving by on the interstate right now may want to do a noise campaign. He might have a loud car, and he wants to rev his engine up really loud, and at the same time, he wants to drop a V2K stimulation, right? So he knows he's coming around the corner. He knows how loud his car is. He can hear himself through my ears. And so he'll rev his engine, and then at the same time, he'll drop a V2K bomb. Synchronize it at the exact time so I know it's him. That kind of thing. So you can.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. I'll hurry up. I got a lot for you, so I'm going to contact you. And would you maybe be willing to have a personal conversation with me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. My name is Regina.
No,
okay. My name's Regina.
Regina. It's nice to meet you, Regina.
Nice to meet you too. Go ahead, June.
Sorry, you were describing Ryan, so you were describing Ryan. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The that person with his loud car driving around. Do you think that he's kind of like one of these, like he's a like in essence a kind of rent a stalker, so that he's like, he and his car is is part of his arsenal, and that is loud, and the whole intention is to be loud whenever he's driving past a Truman. Like, do you think that's his gig? You know, just to basically, you know, that's his, thing.
I think that think about it this way: if an individual is going through the stages of waking up and they're being sensitized to certain stimulus, then you have a large collection of individuals within the parallel society that may just randomly have the type of vehicle or color of vehicle or the type of situation that might be something that person's sensitized to. Like Ben was saying, Subarus. There was a point in time where he was like, I am being gang stalked by Subarus. And essentially what you have is a large population of individuals, and then they realize that they're sensitizing you to a stimulus, and then so maybe they get notified that, like, there's an individual that's currently sensitized to this type of situation, and maybe you could go out and mess with them if you'd like. So then individuals will kind of go out of their way in their day. They probably won't go too far out of their way. And there's enough Subarus in the valley or in your city that it's not too difficult for a few of those guys to just change their path just slightly to synchronize with you.
Right. But I mean, so I guess.
And for kids with loud engines, you know, it's really easy for them to jump on the bandwagon.
Right.
But there's probably been 3 loud cars.
Do you think though that you are just one of the Trumans, and that they basically might be, I mean, I'm just totally speculating here and asking, and that they're given, like, you know, in real time, like, okay, go drive here now and then go drive there now. Like, do you think that's kind of how it is, or that it's?
I don't believe that many people go too far out of their way to fuck with people. There's enough people that they don't need to really change their route too much for there to be statistical probability that some, you know, and I'm sure there is groups of kids and people that they do go out of their way, depending on the person or how aggressive an individual's targeting is, and how close they are to, like, or how hypersensitive they are at that point in time. So there's probably a good understanding within the community where a person's at emotionally and mentally, and the criticality of the situation they're in. And in those situations, then people will go out of their way to make their presence known and to participate kind of in that socialized game of harassment and abuse of the individual.
Okay, so it's not
like me, I imagine that I'm one of maybe hundreds of people in my bigger city here that are being remotely monitored and aggressively, and there might be a few hundred more that aren't aggressively being monitored. It's hard to say the exact statistics. So you got to imagine there's a lot of us that aren't even awake or aware to what's going on. It might even be more than half of our population of individuals who are non-consensually implanted and being remotely monitored that are undergoing aggressive harassment and abuse. And then of the population who are symptomatic, who are being tortured, it's hard to know the exact statistics. I imagine a few hundred people based on where I'm at in the United States that are also being remotely monitored aggressively.
That would be like just kind of ballpark, or, you know, that would be like one of every 30,000, or one of, like, what do you think numerically? Is it 1 out of 100,000, 1 out of 50,000, like 20,000? Like, you know, how do you assess it?
I imagine that aggressively targeted individuals that are being tortured and overtly gang stalked and modulated, it's probably a pretty small number. But as far as the population of individuals who are implanted and remotely monitored, it's probably slightly larger number. And then as far as the society that's a parallel society that's awake and aware and given the privilege to monitor, it's probably, I estimate that it could be as high as 50%. I used to not believe that. I used to think that maybe the society of individuals were a smaller minority, but I tend to kind of invert that now and believe that society in general has transcended the biodigital convergence, and there's been a smaller population or a minority that's been left out of that evolution.
Mm-hmm. Because
what kind of demographic, Ryan? What kind of demographic are you talking about? Like, are they wealthy? Do they have a lot of financial resources to pay to do this? What kind of privilege do they have?
My crazy theory is that essentially targets have been excommunicated from the baseline of modern reality, and that humanity in general, the majority of people in society, have knowledge of the program and participate in the program. And but that's a lot of people to think about. So I don't know if we're really past the 50% threshold yet. But if you think about how the general population looks down on a smaller class, I don't know, maybe 30 to 40% of people don't know, and maybe around the same people participate and are awake and aware. I don't know. I know it's a lot because I've pushed the limits of my cage personally, and made it my mission to really test and poke and prod the system in every way possible to get as many people openly, aggressively showing me that they know. And to do that, it took a few years of a very aggressive actions on my part in order to kind of test, poke, and prod the system in order to get as many people openly showing me the truth, flipping me off, trying to run me over, trying to yell and scream at me and say really obvious things in order for me to prove to myself that it was a much larger society of individuals who were participating. And then, of course, I went from town to town, from state to state, and I did the same thing, aggressively pushing and prodding the system to see if I could get a reaction that was consistent and repeatable over and over and over again. And I didn't want to believe it at first. It was hard. I had to keep seeing the same repeated patterns over and over again, and I had to keep, just through random sampling of different areas, finally prove to myself how many people were participating and awake and aware and connected in the way that I had mapped the system. And then, of course, through our communities, going through, multiple decades of social media accounts from different targets, and then mapping out their experiences and the similarities in their modulation and their social experiences, and how refined the cognitive warfare was and the gang stalking was, and how they were going everywhere and still seeing the same patterns, and people were exposing the system in the same way. And then if you just kind of extrapolate that statistically, and you look at every state in most cities and all the different countries that targets are in, and the fact that individuals can go from state to state or from country to country and essentially never be off the grid and always be experiencing connectivity as well as social engineering or gang stalking, then you can start to reverse engineer and understand the scope and scale of the system that exists in society today. And then you realize that all governments on the globe have the same system, and there's a large assimilated population of individuals that are awake and aware to the system, that have access to the system, and that can seamlessly pick up your broadcast and jump in and perform the same type of cognitive warfare or psychological abuse on you. And then you understand, too, how fluid these people are, and how refined they are, and how they're all so synchronized in time, and then the experience and professional level that they all seem to have, that it's not too much of a jump to realize that it's a much larger population than what most people know or understand.
How about the understanding the premise that each one of us has an operator, has someone monitoring us, neuromonitoring, neuromodulating us,
like a handler, an operator or a handler.
Yeah. So how about that? I always believe that there's an operator, and then there's AI who does a lot of it, a lot of the monitoring and the manipulation. So how do all these other foes, enemies doing this, then wouldn't that interrupt what the operator that's operating me illegally, criminally, without my consent or my agreement to it? Wouldn't that interfere with that?
No, I agree that typically what I understand is that people have proximity access. So the people that are closer to you are going to be given more governance or control over you, as opposed to like people outside of your city or different states or different countries. A lot of times it's locals in your community or in your direct neighborhood or family or partner. That's typically some of the first handlers that people have, is their local community, and there's probably local authorities within that community that monitor handlers and operators and their specific programming that they're allowed to, how escalated or how intense the modulation is. And then, of course, you have a digital twin, and you have a specific program or objective within the program, depending on the type of targeting that you're under. So like you said, there is an AI component that's being optimized with your digital twin, that's continuously monitoring and using kind of like a closed feedback loop, so that it's automatically responding to certain ideas, thoughts, emotions, and memories, and it's automatically set up to modulate you in certain ways or to say certain words in response. But then local operators can also kind of butt in and play along with what your programming is. So typically the Parallel Society is very well versed in understanding what the goals of the system is, and they like to get their hands and like to kind of intervene and play the same game that the AI is doing.
That's quite interesting. Your thoughts about that. I never heard that. I never heard what you're offering to everyone on this call. No one's ever said what you're saying. I never heard it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's partly, if you think about just the dual use purpose of neurotechnology and where it's going right now, both medically and militarily for these programs, is feedback, closed loop feedback. So they map your digital twin and they have a specific objective. And so they do what's called identity engineering. So where they're trying to they have certain objectives. Either they're trying to break you down psychologically, they're trying to break your ego, or they're trying to build you back up in a certain way or reprogram you. And they're experimenting with those different levels of control depending on your personal program.
And sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
What's the point of the building up cycle? Is it pretty much to set you up for like a building down, for like, for a?
There's not a lot of build up.
Yeah, agreed.
There's not a lot of build up. There's mostly depending on the situation.
Tear down.
And I can't imagine you guys are. Yeah, most of it is psychological tear down and reprogramming your perception of self and identity, your ego. It's to try to get you to submit to the perception the parallel society has placed on you, or the label or perception of those around you, depending on how many people you've pissed off in your life.
A few.
Yeah, me too.
It sounds far more sinister than what the Chinese have done to their country people all these decades. It sounds, I don't know the complicity of what the Chinese government has done. I know they've been really pretty brutal to their people, but I don't know if they've done this kind of stuff. Where I know they have the scoring system. Where so when you said that all the people, how many people don't like you, have not liked you, and how many people you've pissed off, right away I thought of the Chinese government, because I know they have a certain scoring system.
Yeah, we're in the same type of situation here. This is but we're at the but in our game, we don't know we're in the game. You don't know that you're existing within that construct, or that there's this parallel society that's judging you and has control over your body and mind. And so you're not even aware that you're in that game. You think that you have human rights and freedoms and constitutional rights, but really you don't.
Well, really, theoretically, I do, because no one's ever told me I didn't. This is all underlying, underhanded, huh?
Yeah, that's what makes the system so much more sadistic here, in my mind.
Yeah, but this is covert. This is surreptitious. It's hidden and secretive. So then no one ever came up to me, and the reality that I thought I was growing up in, where this due process and all that, and where everything is written, you can see everything clearly,
It's a terrible disadvantage.
The rules, the regulations. This is underhanded. This is very evil.
Yes,
it's very evil.
Absolutely.
So then I'm going to stick to that. I know, that I have my rights. I was born, just because I was born, God made it possible for me to be born. I'm God's child. Just because of that reason, I deserve, and I expect to have human rights and human liberties, and my privacy. My privacy has been egregiously interfered with, just like all of us on the call. Okay? Yeah. And so, but still, I deserve privacy. No criminal, no elite, no matter what kind of degrees they have before and after name, how much net worth they are, who they know, what station in life they are in, or what that they have been in, does not have the right to do this. They do not, and I don't accept it. I'll never accept it. I adore it, I endure it, but I will never accept it. And it's wrong. And so therefore, my stance is I'm human. I deserve rights. I deserve my constitutional rights. As far as I know, I have them, because no one ever told me any different. No one ever came up to me and told me I don't have them. Everything's done silently. Everything's done through neural manipulation and biomanipulation. And everyone else seems, and all these people that are complicit seem to know. But I don't know. I don't know. So it's a very unfair, wicked game. Very unfair. And I understand why there have been target individuals that have taken their lives, whether willingly, unwittingly, willingly, or whether manipulated or just, talked to their death. I understand what those things have happened.
It's murder, yeah. Even if someone takes their own life, it's murder.
It's murder. It's all murder.
They're not making that decision free of mind. They're not making a conscious decision. They're making a decision that they've been pushed to by a society that has uneven liberty and power. Yes,
so
an unequal distribution.
So then those MK Ultra hearings the other day is a crock of you-know-what, okay? I don't know why it was done. It was theater. It was placating people. It was because Trump said he was going to do something or whatever. Everyone, pressure or the letters or the correspondence that target individuals have done. Well, they have to do something, so they decided to do this. Well, nothing's going to ever become of it because this is so far gone. We're talking about how far gone this is. This is rolled out. This is happening right now. We don't have our lives as God gave them to us. So how is some stupid hearing in D.C. for 1.5 hours? I listened to it. I saw it. Of course I saw it because I think I was born into a family that we were all targeted from a young age. So I think I'm part of that MK Ultra program or sub-program. And my family, too, we were. So, of course, I'm going to watch it. And, it sounded lovely and it sounded comfy and it sounded, wow, this is really fulfilling something inside of me. Something's happening here. But when I question myself deeper, nothing's going to happen. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever will. Because this has been going on for decades, a long time. It's technology. How are they going to shut down a $1 trillion a year system? There's a lot of involvement in this. Industries, all these industries are involved. There's no way. Whoever says help is on the way is full of doo-doos as far as I'm concerned. It's great to have the hope and the faith. We all need that, but it's not true. It's not happening. I just wanted to do my rant. That's what I just did.
I liked it. I like it a lot. Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. Those freedoms, those God-given rights, those constitutional rights still do exist in spite of what modern-day society has done to the Constitution and in spite of the psyop and games they play. Those constitutional rights still do exist, and those things that our forefathers fought for, the things that our country was supposed to stand for, absolutely still do exist. And what's happening is a complete violation of those rights. And until this country can stand up and acknowledge its failures and its actions, then I'm afraid we're going to continue to see the same thing.
Absolutely. And I always thought, in my head, I always thought, well, if there was like hundreds of whistleblowers from all the agencies, all the contractors that came out and were willing to forfeit their lives, they're going to get murdered. They're going to get taken out. If they come out and they say what's going on, they're dead. Say hundreds from the CIA, hundreds from the NSA, hundreds from the FBI, hundreds from all the contractors, hundreds from the research centers, from the universities, from all the people profiteering off of us for all these decades, for almost 100 years. Say they all decided, well, I can't do this anymore. All of a sudden they have this moral revival within themselves, this ethical revival inside themselves. And they, that's, and I'm going to give my life up because I know I'm going to get killed. That too would probably shut this down from everybody involved, from every research center, university, hospital, medical, manufacturing company. every AI system, every AI manufacturer, all of them came out and blew the whistle. Then they would shut this down because the media would latch on to that like a gold mine. The media would. That's also how it could be shut down. It's not happening. It's not happening, though.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do because every advancement in AI and semiconductors continues to feed into the system. So every few months, the system grows in its power and ability, and they provide that those software updates, that evolution to the parallel society. So if you just think about the last few years, like in 2018, 2019, ChatGPT-1 came out and Transformers evolved. And that took what used to be kind of archaic algorithm-based neural decoding to the next level. And it became much higher fidelity neural decoding. And during that same time, they gained the ability to do higher level modulation, where they started decoding inner imagined imagery. And so it's like you went from radio to television, from television to color, all within a few years. And that's what the watchers get to watch. And that's the evolution of torture that many of us have experienced over the past 7 or 8 years, is the technology going from behavioral modulation and basic biometric and decoding of our inner thoughts with B2K, and then now many people are experiencing a much higher level of interrogation and mental manipulation, subconscious control, dream manipulation, visual modulation, and the AI level on top of that provides the parallel society with ever increasing advancements. Every few months, every year or so, we're getting, in their mind, they're getting closer and closer to their goals of being able to control society and individuals, as well as develop the technologies necessary to augment themselves, to connect themselves to AI, and to potentially advance our military and have medical breakthroughs. The more people they use and the more people they connect, the more power they gain. And now the parallel society is hooked up just like us, so they get to experience the extra safety, control, and power, and remote neural mind control, puppeteering, and voodoo dolling people like us. And they're starting to experience those advances and feel as though they're getting closer and closer to something incredible, while we get more and more controlled. It's one of my, I'm really kind of a pessimist, and I'm sorry to anybody out there. My perception, it's only my, it's not necessarily the way that it is. It's only my perception, and I hope that I don't bring anybody else down into my dark view of the world. And I do appreciate all of what you've said about our human rights being infinite and going without saying, and nobody can give you or take those rights away. That's something that all humans should have, and especially Americans should have.
That's right. Ryan, as long as it's in your heart, it's in my heart that I have rights. It's in my heart I'm deserving of a high quality life. It's in my heart that I'm a good human being. And I don't care what anyone thinks about me or feels about me, or I don't care. Especially the criminals, especially the ones that are harming me, that are directly harming me, that allow, like if it's true what you say about the parallel society, it's the criminals that have their tentacles on me, which I never consented to, I never gave permission to do, I never volunteered for this. It's those psychopathic monsters they're allowing that to happen if it's true what you're saying. It's, you know what I mean? Because there's certain groups that are making the most money, and then there's others that are paying to have some fun, to get their jollies, to better. It must be better than drugs. I mean, I don't take drugs. I pride myself in the fact I don't drink, I don't take drugs, I don't smoke, I don't do any of that. I exercise. So you mentioned exercise before. Well, I believe that has helped me significantly over the decades, exercise. I've been doing it for a very, very long time, every day, and it's helped me a lot. And I get out in nature, it's helped me a lot. I know it's not everybody's thing, but it's my thing, okay? So I'm saying that how dare them? It's like, that's my attitude. It's like, I'm close to God. I get close to God every day, and I don't give a flying you-know-what about what they want to do, because I'm God protects me. And this is the spiritual side of things. I'm talking about the spiritual. I know we're talking about neurological, talking about AI, we're talking about technocracy, and that's all happening. Of course it's happening. But to counter that, I have a very strong relationship with the Almighty to counter that, and that's what I think all of us do on this call. I think all of us do. We have a strong connection to a higher being that's higher than us, higher than anything. Because you know what? I think I would be dead by now if it wasn't for God. All the crap I've been put through. And I'm not having a pity sermon here. I'm not. I know we've all been through suffering, like unbelievable suffering. But I'm just saying that all the times I could have been offed, I wasn't, and that's God. That's God interceding. That was God helping me, protecting me. Because otherwise, Ryan, I don't think I would be here now if it wasn't for the Lord. I don't think I would be here.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the single strongest things that individuals in our community can aspire to. And a lot of individuals, they know that they don't need to understand all of these other things if they understand that one thing, that your faith and your belief and understanding that this is spiritual warfare is enough to lift you up and to keep you going and to help you endure. So I think there's no doubt, with all my years of studying and knowledge and reverse engineering and technical training, that's my coping mechanism. But it still leads us all back to the same place. And, at some point you have to decide to live and to move forward with faith and that understanding. That's far more powerful than any other method or mechanism of defense or shielding, is having strong conviction and belief and faith and hope in something else and greater.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was I read one time there was a woman who was put in a concentration camp during the Nazi days. She was Christian, and she was hiding Jews. She and her family were hiding Jews. She got caught, so the Nazis, the SS, put her in a work camp. Not as severe as the death camps, but you're gonna die. You're gonna be worked to death. And she was in there. She saw all her relatives die, whether they got shot or whether they died from hunger, starvation, whatever it was, sickness, illness. All of a sudden, this is a true story. All of a sudden, one day, a Nazi comes together and says, "Come to the office." She goes to the office. They took a rubber stamp. They stamped her paper. She was released. There was an administrative error to release her. But you know where that administrative error originated from? God. She was so religious. She was so pious. God heard her, and God made sure she was released. I'm not saying this happens all the time and to everybody, but there was an extraordinary miracle that she believes, had so much faith, and was so close to God through all of that.
That's Corrie ten Boom, right?
What? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's Corrie ten Boom, right?
Is that a name of somebody?
The woman you're talking about from Holland.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yes, I think that is her. Yes.
Yeah, Corrie ten Boom, and she went on to have a ministry in this country until she died. But I'll insert this quickly. When she was in line with all those being checked in, if you will, to this horrible camp, she had her Bible, and one of the men in uniform who were going person by person by person in the line to make sure they weren't bringing anything in that they didn't want, And she knew her turn was going to come, and she wanted so badly to bring her Bible in to the camp. And so she just asked the Lord, standing there in line, just whatever, Lord, make me invisible, whatever, speaking of cloaking, so I can bring my Bible in. And sure enough, the guard went right past her as if she wasn't there. And she got to have her Bible, in that awful place, and so powerfully used it with other, others that were there, and some were headed for their death. And so anyway, her story is amazing.
Oh, yeah, amazing. So it just goes to show you, extraordinary miracle, it's not even a miracle, it's beyond a miracle, extraordinary miracle. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that, who knows, I don't know every TI that has been on this planet or is on this planet, and neither do you. And we don't know every TI. We haven't heard their story. They haven't been on the conference calls. We haven't seen them on social media. We haven't been to they haven't written books. They haven't all done testimonies. How do we know? There haven't been a few of them that somehow escaped the enslavement. We don't know.
That's a very good point.
So to remember that, we don't know everybody who has been targeted. We just hear the worst stories. I realize that we hear the worst stories as we're on these conference calls. I've been on these conference calls for 11 years. Okay, I've heard terrible stories, like everyone on this call has been around long enough. You've heard horrible. I've heard the worst of the worst. How about all the people targeted don't come to the conference calls, or go once or twice and they don't want to come back anymore for whatever reasons they have? They don't want to come back anymore. How about everyone that just goes on about their life? How about, we don't know everything. We know very little about everyone else that's targeted. We're not AI. We don't know everyone. We're not the quantum computers. We don't know everybody.
So true. Well, I was so glad to hear you and Ryan's conversation of the last half hour or whatever. So many things that you both shared, I am experiencing, have experienced. But my TI friends, which are very few, aren't perhaps. I can't speak the language you two were speaking tonight with them, if that makes any sense. So it's a bit, I still feel a bit like, okay, I know there's some TIs out there that speak my language because they've been through and are going through what I'm going through or similar. And so it was really good to hear. But after listening, I'm thinking, okay, so how do we, within the confines of, this world, right, that we are in for now, in these mortal bodies, right? And how do we opt out? How do we best live our lives? I'm completely isolated. They took everyone out of my life in 2005, every last friend from second grade, cousin, everyone. And I didn't even know. I didn't even know I was. Yeah.
Me too. Me too. I don't have. The only one I have is my dog, and believe me, those monsters want to take my dog away from me too.
I know.
And they're not. And they're not. They have to kill me before they get to my dog.
That's great. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I have 3 little dogs here, all curled up, sleeping already. How do we opt out? Because I had the misfortune of living in an area where things once back then were not nearly as bad as this other area I moved to, because it was the only roof over my head that I was told by the landlord owner that I could move into and pay an amount of rent that I could kind of afford. So I ended up in this other area of the state of California, and I didn't know targeting could be this horrific, but it's horrific, and it's as bad as anything I hear. And this what Ryan was sharing about the parallel culture society, I don't remember the other word he used, but these people, they're so organized, and the whole thing, and how many of them there are. I'm seeing it every day, no matter whether it's on my street, in the town, at the store. And if I don't leave my house, but I go into the yard, the cars that, as he said, they drop the they're out there, and then they trigger something that the torture gets so much worse. And so, it's constant. But how let's see. Okay, lately I'm just realizing that things are to a point where I don't really want to talk to anyone. I don't mean to further isolate, but I don't want to waste my time talking to people that are acting, because they're on the, in that group as described earlier by Ryan, and they have an agenda, and they're acting, and they're asking questions, and the whole thing they do. And I don't want to spend precious vertical time, which causes me pain, speaking to them in public or interacting in any way. And then I recently had an experience just with I think it might have been you, somebody was talking about tonight about, meeting the person in public, but you have these odd things in common, but they just happen to be there right before I get to that store, right? And just the whole thing, and being on the phone with that person and realizing, who am I kidding? In one way or another, these people, it's not